Right, I think I'm ready. And I realised for the first time in 46 episodes I can say hello to people using the user list rather than scrolling back through the chat. So welcome to everybody that's joined. Andy, Magic Knight, Amok, Cape Apocalypse, Colt 45. In fact, there's more people here than I see in chat, so it might have been quicker to do it through chat. I'll do it through chat. That was a bad idea. Let's start again. Mr. G, Andy Magic Knight, Amok, Mad Z, Mad Z, Prince Phase 101, Colt 45, Old School Coder, Detort, Docs to Me, Steps. I think I've got everyone. No, Decor 29, Eldritch 79. No tequila tonight. Sorry, Dockster. Who else we got here? Who've I missed? I think I've got everybody there. Crazy UK, Acmafin. Wow, you guys are chatting a lot tonight. Yeah, some people are hiding because they're shy. I realized as I started reading the list that I would just end up reading the names of people who aren't chatting, and that would be it'd take me forever for a start. Thanks for the host, Andy Magic Knight, and thanks for the gift sub to Eldritch Amok. Appreciate it, guys. Welcome, Twinzen. Okay, let's get the races started. I've already got a tune request. Who's requested a tune? Phrases requested. Demons First, whatever that is. Okay, cool. Right. And the red wine tonight is another Morrison's Rioja. Enjoying the red wine at the moment, but I'm only going to drink one bottle this time. Thanks, Duckster. You just paid for this glass of wine. Thank you very much. Yeah, let's add points to everybody. Just going to knock the music down ever so slightly. It's a bit loud in my ear. Actually, I can do that here, can't I? Let me know if the music is too loud in comparison to my voice. Okay, cool. Welcome, guys. It's going to be kind of an easy night tonight, I think. Nothing too complicated to do. So I kind of have an aim for the end of tonight, which is to have enough of the game working that I can write an editor throughout the week, and do some create some levels and share the editor with you guys so you guys can create some levels as well. But there's a few things we need to do in order to get that right. So first of all, I want to get all the graphics in that we need. I've got a new set of graphics from, I think it was Mad Beagle that supplied them. So we'll try and drop them in. But I also want to add some kind of scenery stuff around the background as well. Thanks for the follow, Warlock. 1453 Warlock. I'm always intrigued when people put the number first in their name, because usually you do a name and then you add some numbers on the end. So I always wonder if the name has more if the numbers have more meaning when they're at the beginning. I don't know if they do or not. I've got a really annoying hangnail going on. That's going to irritate me at some point. Okay. Yeah, so tonight we're gonna add some extra graphics in. I also want to look at adding all the data needed to load a level in. So what I'm going to do is probably add a few extra bits of information to the level data. So this is going to be things like the color scheme, for instance. Like someone has 420 dope dude 69 as a name, you know he cares more about four. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Um, yeah, so I'm gonna add things like the colors into the levels, so you'll be able to select a color when you design a level, and then if we've got time, we'll xmize one of the level datas, and see if we can load that in. So we'll create an xmizer loader. I think self-extracting xmizers will probably be fine, and it certainly makes my life a lot easier. It does make the level data a little bit bigger. Actually, no, I think we'll probably go with a single unpack routine shared across all the games. So we'll look into that if we've got time towards the end. But the idea for tonight is to get the game into a state. I mean, obviously you still don't lose lives. There's still no game over. And when you complete a level, there's no extra level to go on to. But I'm hoping to get this into a state that you'll be able to actually um, you'll be able to actually load. You'll be able to create a level with the editor, and then load it into the game, and play it in the game, so you can get a feel for your levels as you create them. Which means it's probably not going to be a web editor at first. It's probably going to be a standalone app. So I hope everybody has the ability to run Windows apps in one shape or form. I may be able to export a Mac version, but I'm not going to bank on that. How many levels do you predict the game can have? I think we could probably fit 64 levels in, but I'm not sure as yet. So we'll have to see. We'll have to see how they compress and what room we've got left. But I don't want to just put every level in. I want to make sure that we really make sure that the levels are well polished. So if we can get to 64 levels, I'll be happy. To be honest, anything over about 40 would be great. So all right, let's take a look at the new art. So first of all, let me open up Sharpad. I've been playing Flight Sim all day. It's pretty damn good, to be honest. I suck at flying planes, though, I've realised. What I can do very, very easily is bounce the plane on the runway when I land. That's knob levels have been banned too. Yes. Yeah, we definitely will be looking at each game, and making some decisions on whether or not they should go in or not. And that won't just be based on whether or not the levels are rude or such, but it'll be based on whether the levels are actually fun to play as well. Fun and interesting to play. I think we're at here, aren't we? Okay, so this is where we got to, and we've got quite a bit of room in here for extra stuff. So we've got basically up to, you get this set correctly. There we go. We've basically got up to here to use. So we've still got quite a bit of room left. And here's the level that Mad Beagle made. So we need to copy some of this stuff over. So what I want to do first is just kind of split the level down into the characters that are used and the characters that are used just for this extra bit and these bits here, and then we'll copy that across into have some fun in it. I want my 46 weeks, but that's the idea. The idea is that 2 players should be pretty good. I mean, we've focused heavily on 2 players, so yeah. So hopefully, and welcome to the stream, Hayes. Okay, let's have a look. So we've got. So let's ignore the tiles for now. Let's just move the stuff that's related to. So I'm going to just move all these to the beginning. Oh, crap! I can't swap them now in this. Let me open the other chart pad. Can't swap them properly in that version. I'm sure you can, but I don't know how to do it. So it doesn't open in that one. Okay. So I'm going to export it as already the Airwolf is on. There we go. Right, so hopefully now I should be able to swap these. There we go. So the reason I'm doing this is I just want I want to know how many chars it's using, and I want to get them all aligned aligned to the beginning of the char set so they can be moved properly. It looks like there's some duplicate stuff in here as well, I think. Anyway, is that duplicate? No, it's not. Okay. So the reason for this is just makes it easier when we go to import it into the program. Actually, it's not using many tiles at all. This should be pretty easy to get in. It looks like that's it for the main tiles. Then there's the top of the platforms, which is these pieces. And then there's the diamonds. Oops. Yeah, my poor computer cried when I turned everything up. And considering how much power this computer's got, I can't imagine what you would need to run at 60 frames a second on Flight Simulator with everything turned on. 4K anyway. I think that's it. Oh, there's this one here as well. Is that actually being used? No, it's not being used. Okay, so now I can test that just by removing all this and make sure there's no holes in the background. Okay, there's a few holes there. Why is that? Oh, that's because of the switch. Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's fine. Okay, cool. Let's copy those into here. Right. Okay, so I'm just going to drop them into here, and then I can move them into position like so. We can see how much space we're using. Let's put that in there. No, it's a black space there. Cool. Thank you for the follow, Russell Mills. Welcome to the stream. I saw you join Discord before. Welcome to the stream as well. Hopefully you find this useful. Although we're quite far along now, there's not really that much in terms of kind of learning stuff. Okay, let's keep these all transparent as well. I think we can get rid of all of this down here as well. So let's just copy that into place. Let's start tidying this character set up a bit. So we've still got room for probably another set of graphics or two. I'm going to do some kind of incidental stuff in the background, so there is going to be some background scenery as well. Everything beyond there we need for the soft sprites. Well, actually, we don't need anything here, but we can use this for doing other HUD-based stuff if we need it. But there's definitely enough room for another sprite set in here. So let's go ahead and make another screen now. Let's extend this to 22 and copy the top half of this. Let's try and make a new set of tiles for this. So tile-wise, we need, let's have a look. So we need our incidental stuff, not incidental, the kind of background patterns, if you like. Okay, so let's put the tile editor over here. How's everybody's Saturday been so far? Read something quickly then. So you can shuffle a character set like swap tiles. Or can there's some problems with the map? No. So if you swap tiles in Charpad, what it will do is it will change all the tile definitions to match. So for instance, this is this tile here, and I can move that there, and it doesn't have any effect on it. It just changes the number that's in there. So it's good to do all your kind of sorting in Charpad. In 16-bit 16-bitting something. Woke up at 3 a.m. Wow, I woke up at almost 3 p.m. today. I was up quite late. I was playing on Factorio till probably about 3 a.m., 4 a.m. or something. That game is super addictive. It's kind of silly how addictive that game is. Okay, so that's this. Now this is actually the same as this pattern here, but I'm gonna leave it as a separate one anyway, because it is a different color. So let's drop those in. So I'm going to use this as a reference. So let's set the transparency to yellow. I think I did try yellow with, and it was problematic in game. So I'm going to try some different colors. I think purple was all right because we had a red player and a cyan player. So let's go with a purple background for this one. Oh, water leak in the apartment. Oh, nightmare. Nightmare. Nothing worse than water leaks. Yeah, let's go with green on this. So we need to make another tile with these in. I'll try and get through this bit pretty quickly because I do want to get onto the code side of things. Yeah, so the patterns are a little bit different on this version here, but the idea remains the same, really. So that doesn't stand out quite so much. Let's do it as cyan. There we go. Let's do it like that. I don't know who it was that posted that that racing game, that car kind of motorway game or whatever it was. That was a very impressive piece of tech. Some really clever foveated rendering going on there. Oh, Hayes, you do like to stir things, don't you? He wouldn't be Hayes if he didn't. He's right, but still. Let's go for yellow on these ones. I'm very pleased with the progress on Thursday of Checkanoid. Let's put an extra one in, an extra one of these. It's coming along really well, actually. I'm very pleased with it. I'm going to get the particles in on the next stream. They don't look quite. I think the green needs changing here. Let's go with white is too much. Red is not enough. Yeah, blue's all right. Anyway. Yeah, it's actually really smart what he's doing. He's using he's basically just using color RAM to do most of the stuff. So he's not actually scrolling characters through RAM in a lot of it. He's just doing color RAM changes. It's a very smart way to do it, actually. And I think what he's doing is he's using multicolor blocks so that he can actually change between different colors in different areas quite easily. It's quite smart how he's done it, and he's right that you're focusing on the road, so you're not really looking at the sides. So the sides can be quite pixelated, which they are, which allows him to just use color RAM to do these things. And then he's just using some sprite multiplexing to do the stuff coming down the road, which is nice. But it looks amazing. It looks really good. I hope he finishes it off and releases it as a proper game. It'd be a shame if he didn't. I do get bad flashbacks when I hear the Stormbringer music. Not pleasant. Okay. All right, so that's those pieces. So the doors. You'll also be able to set the pipe color and the door color as well. Because I do want as much of this to be flexible as possible. And the door colors is one of those areas where we can definitely be flexible about it. Okay, so platforms. So we just need the plain platform first. So that's like this. And this uses... Okay, multicolors here seem to be... Actually, what are the multicolors here? Brown and black. Okay, yeah, that's right. So that's not brown, orange. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So that gives us this piece here, this piece here, this piece here. I don't think there's any more where it's the top section. Oh yeah, there is down. Oh no, that's not. That's in the bottom section as well. Okay, that's pretty much it for that. Okay, so now we need these pieces going down the side here. So let's start with the top piece, which looks like this. And then it's got just a normal block underneath it. So I think it's... Is it blank on each side? Yes. It's blank on that side. That's it. So that goes there, like so. Right, let's do the matching one on this side. Monty on the Run is always one that crops up. It's because it's a good tune. So this is... And what I do when I release the editor for this, so you guys can start messing around with levels. If you do need some additional tiles making, if you can let me know, if you... Well, actually, you'll have access to the tile set anyway. So if you just add the tile into the tile set and then send it to me, I can add it to the editor so you can use it in the levels, because we may not capture every single tile combination you need. And I'll constantly release updates for it. I'll probably create a... In fact, have I got a channel for... I'll probably repurpose one of the channels. But no, I'll create a new channel for pick and mix level edits, so we can kind of discuss things in there, and I'll keep the latest release version in there and let everybody know when it's ready and good to go. Okay, so that's that piece. That also includes this piece here and this piece here, which means this one here is also that one there, that one there, that one there, and that one is that there. Oh, it's also that one there. Okay. Okay, cool. So all we really need now is that middle piece. and then the solid block on its own. So the middle piece blends into the top, but with a curve on the bottom. Okay. So it's like this. Okay, cool. Now we need a full square. Oops. Okay, so one bit that's been missed out here that I will add in is these bits that kind of go in a little bit here. They're pretty easy to do. They're just, oops. Oh God, I've manually got to do that. That's annoying. All right. So, because you should always, the platform should always end with this, even if it hits a wall, it should always end with the curve on that side. Okay, so we just need the other one on this side. Yeah, so I think once we've done this, we'll start looking at adding the color data into the levels. So we'll try loading a few different levels based on the data from these. So we've got 3 very distinct levels, and we'll try and load them in using some color data that we'll pull from the map data, and then that hopefully that is the map data complete. I don't think there's any other information that needs to be in there. But we need that because we need to, obviously we need to set the background color correctly, but also the transitions need to know these colors. So they need somewhere that they can grab them from. And the method I'm going to go for is I'm going to leave the first map in the same place. That's never going to change. And what we're going to do is we're just going to unpack level data into that area. So you pick the level you want, you unpack it into that area, and then it reads the data from that area. And then that way we're not having to write overly complicated level loading code. Hey, CBMX or CBMX. Okay, so now we need the switch. So the switch is basically the top half of the switch on this bit, and then on the bottom piece, it is. Does it already have a black line underneath? It does. Okay, so I just need this piece. No, sorry, this piece. It's a very good version, this. I like it. Just as it ends. Okay, so now I just need the bottom pieces here. So the bottom pieces are quite simple. It's just a repeating pattern. I think that covers everything. Okay, so before I continue, I just want to see if there's anything we can do to kind of just add some more variation to it. I don't think there is though, really. I mean, we could maybe change the center color of some of these pieces. So for instance, mind you, it'd have to be a new piece in here. Let's just try it. Let's see what it looks like. So if I was to change the center color of these to something different, how would it look? Yeah, see, none of them really look right. Yellow kinda does. Oops. Yeah. Oh, what's beeping at me now? Someone beeps at me. Check my messages. I don't know. Is Mad Beagle here actually? If Mad Beagle's here, I'd like to get his opinion on these. And everyone else for that matter. Do you think it looks better with the single color throughout, or do you think it should have some variation in it here? Bub wins. God, there's a lot of people entering. Oh right, you entering multiple races. Okay. So on these centerpieces of these blocks here, so should we just have them all red like this, or should they be varied a little bit as well? I think it's supposed to be chocolate, which if I keep it red, it kind of looks a little bit more like chocolate. Fortunately, the colours are in the upper half. It's my son texting me. Hang on, let me just send him a message. Streaming, speak later. Oh my god, these Samsung phones are terrible. Yeah. I wish we could have more colours in there. The colours in this bottom half are way too bright to fill in the centres. I kind of like the brown colour though. That kind of looks better than the orange, I think. It looks a bit more chocolatey. You love your Samsung. I hate Samsung phones. I really do. This is, of all the phones I've had in the past 10 years, this is by far the worst phone I've had. This is a Note 10 Plus, and I hate it. It's absolutely a horrible user experience compared to other phones. I just don't like the user. I mean, there's so many things wrong with this. Like the curved edges are terrible. There's 0 point in them whatsoever, other than aesthetics. So it's been designed to look nice at the cost of functionality. So the curved edges kind of distort the edges of some pictures and pages, which is annoying enough. But they're also touch sensitive. So they pick up. Sometimes they pick, like, I don't know if you can see that, but if I go to press something with my thumb, this part of my hand touches the edges, and it causes weird touch responses, and it's not great. Also, the fingerprint reader is just awful. The under the screen fingerprint readers are nowhere near as good as the ones on the back or on the sides. Yeah, I know you can disable the edge touches, but then certain pages don't work properly on them. So what I ended up doing is I downloaded an app that allows you to adjust the areas of where the touch is more sensitive and less sensitive. I just don't like Samsung. I think it's they're deliberately trying to be different from Android while still using Android. The fact that they switch the back button around and things like that is just, why? Why would you do that? There's no need for it whatsoever. It's the same that Apple do. They want to make sure that if you move away from their phones, their subset, their kind of what would you call it? Their kind of oh my god, what's the word? There's a word for it. I can't think of what it is. But if you move away from their kind of world, their world of things, then you become ecosystem. That's the one. If you move away from their ecosystem, then you find yourself struggling to use something that's standard across all the other phones or laptops or whatever. And I hate the fact that these companies do that. They do it on purpose to trap you into staying with them. So people who use Android phones a lot, they'll pick an Apple phone up and they'll hate it because they don't, things don't work the same way. And the same goes vice versa. People who use Apple devices pick an Android device up and don't like it because it doesn't do what they expect it to do. Fuck Apple and anyone who removes their headphone jacks. Yeah, they've removed it on this as well. Unfortunately, I think that's become kind of the norm now, which is a bit annoying. Fuck Apple, no reason. Yeah. The other thing I really don't like about the Samsung as well is the auto correct is just so far out wrong. So I do a lot of swipe texting because on a decent Android phone it works really well, but it's something I refuse to stop using because of Samsung. I'm in the habit of using it. It works really well on an Android phone, but what I find is even if I type something simple like you know, three letters, a very common combination that you would expect it to know when you do it, that's what it comes up with. But the Samsung device comes up with toy almost every time. And it's like, when have I ever typed the word toy? I more often type the word you by probably 1,000 times more often. And yet you consistently and insistently you want me to use the word toy. It's so shit. I really hate it. Yeah, Safari's debug console is terrible because you have to do it through a Mac using Safari, and it's fucking awful. It crashes the device so often. Okay, I'm not going to change the colors. I'm going to keep it like this. I'm gonna go for brown rather than orange. I think the orange looks all right, but I think the brown looks more chocolatey. So um, I know how Toy feels. Clever. I like it. Okay, cool. Right, so with this in mind now, what I want to do is load in some additional. Let me save this out. Save this as Candy Map 3. Then I just want to open the original map here. Oh, which doesn't have the. Damn it. Oh, I know. There we go. I just want to grab that original map here and drop that into. Just because I want to try out the patterns on various screens. So one thing I do like about Mad Beagle's thing is these background things stand out a lot more. Now the original idea was that they weren't to stand out too much, but I like the way they stand out. They still look like background pieces, but they stand out more. So that's something I may adjust at some point. In terms of getting the editor up and running, there's no need for me to actually do that right now. So that's fine. What I'm going to do though now is I'm going to try and make some small incidentals to go into the background. I keep calling them incidentals. They're not animations. They're just kind of props basically that are just going to fit in the background. So we did have some of these originally with Furo's original art. He did some lollipops and things like that. So I think we'll probably go down that route and see if we can create some stuff like that. But I'm going to do it on a much smaller scale, so they're kind of very tiny and just fit on top of things here and there. Oh, there's Furo now. Hey, Furo. Let's get some more wine in me. Yes, I spent most of the afternoon flying around places I'd been on holiday or where I'd lived in Flight Sim and seeing how accurate they were. It's surprisingly accurate. I mean, if you will be able to find your house in it. You will definitely be able to find your house in it. Whether or not it looks like your house is a different matter, but it will be a building in the right place, in between buildings that are also in the right place, on roads that you recognize, and with some stuff that will definitely look okay. But individual houses, because it's taking pictures from above, it has to kind of guess what's on the walls. So obviously things like doors and windows don't look quite right. The colours of walls and windows don't look right. Um, but it's pretty neat. I like it. All right, so I'm going to start from the end here and work my way backwards for these things. Um, so one thing to note here is we don't necessarily have to use multicolor mode for these. And in fact, I would probably say we shouldn't use multicolor mode for these. And then that way we can use all the colors. We don't need a black outline on any of these. I think anything in the background shouldn't have a black outline, with the exception of these diamonds, which I really like, and I'm not gonna change that. I don't think the rest of the stuff should have black outlines, because then that way you know that they belong to the background. So, for instance, if I wanted to do some grass, and grass is going to look wrong on this, but I can just do something like this, and it should hopefully hopefully it should tile quite nicely and still look decent on the screen. But oh my god, where's the tile thing gone now? Has it gone back down here again? For a sec. Why does it do that? It's so annoying. So, for instance, these could be on here. I like I say, I'm not going to use this. I want something else, but the idea is simple, that we can create these patterns that can go anywhere. I mean, obviously, grass is going to look wrong because this isn't just a normal scene. So we need something different, and it's probably not going to tile quite like that anyway. So, but you get the idea. We can use high res characters here to add a bit of detail to it. So let's go down the route of kind of a lollipop. So your standard lollipop is a white stick with a lollipop on top, right? So if I do a white stick like that, and then on the top you can put and we can use let me clear some of these. Let's do it on the candy chocolate level to begin with. Let's make it a bit bigger so you guys can see it. Oh, I didn't want to do that, did I? What I wanted to do was that, shrink it down. Sorry, that's what I wanted to do, for God's sake. Cool. So, I can drop these in places like that. Now, it's probably a little bit too big because it's touching the top. It'd be nice if it didn't fill to the top. Also, we can use transparency to add kind of a fake shine into it as well, just to make them stand out a little bit. So obviously this will change with whatever the color of the background is, but it will still stand out a little bit. Can make a glare with white pixels on that red ball too. Yeah, so that's kind of what I'm doing with this, I guess. I would probably want to move that over though. Yeah. But also I think it should probably be a little bit smaller. Can make white squares on that red ball to make it appear more. I'm not sure about the color of the stick though. I'm not even sure about this lollipop, so please tell me if I do any of this and it looks shit, just let me know. There's nothing to say I have to use any particular style here. I'm still thinking in Amiga graphics, yeah. Yeah, transparent is I mean, it's a 1-bit trick. It's used all over Spectrum games, so Again, we don't have to use high res. I'm going to try out a few things, and if something works, we'll keep it. If it doesn't work, we'll get rid of it. So another thing I'm going to try out here is I'm going to create. So someone mentioned licorice all sorts last time. I think that's really nice idea. So what I'm going to try is using black, even though I said I wasn't going to use black. I'm going to use a tiny drop of black. Like so. Get over there. And then if we pick a charcoal like yellow, no, it's too big. That's the problem. It's too big. Okay, how's it going to look if I just do it in one square? It's going to be quite kind of. See, now it's going to look too square and not quite right. Thanks for the sub, Retro Steve. Welcome to the stream, dude. How's it going? How's your Saturday? Hope it's treating you well. Nah, see, it looks kind of wrong. I'm not sure how the best way to do this is going to be. Basically, what I want to do is create some stuff that kind of litters the background a bit, so you can make the backgrounds a little bit more interesting just by dotting stuff around. But I don't think any of these are really working. The lollipop doesn't look quite right. This licorice all sort looks too square. What about if I try and round it like this and make it a bit bigger? So it's actually going to cover more spaces, but no, see, it's the problem is the multicolor makes it look really bad. So it just looks like a little dude looking. Maybe we can just have smiley creatures everywhere. No, because then it looks like you need to kill them as well. Maybe we're all right with what we've got. We can always work out into the kind of decoration stuff later, the prop stuff later. I need to have a think about what's going to work. I was hoping they would work a bit better than they have, but unfortunately they don't. Because what we could even have is if we have some decoration stuff that has no impact on the game, that sits on these platforms, and we come up with enough kind of variations that look decent, we can actually have these decorated randomly. So it just goes through the level, goes down every column, looking for a platform with 2 spaces above it. If it finds a platform with 2 spaces above it and a random number, like a roll of the dice is 1 or 2, then it picks a random element and puts it on. Similar to what I did in Luna. Luna did something similar with the little gravestones and fences and stuff. All right, I'm going to take a quick break, guys. When I come back, I'll tidy this up a little bit. We'll export the 3 maps. If I've already got 2 of them exported, we'll export the 3rd one. and then have a look at maybe doing some compression stuff, I think. If anybody does have any ideas for stuff that might work in high res in small characters like this, then while I'm away, just let me know. I'll have a go when I come back. Right, I'll be back in 5 minutes, guys. Right back. It's always interesting to see people bet on Turrican just after he's won. Okay, right. Yeah, so let's forget about these for now. Let's just clear those. Worry about these. Oh god, I should have really cleared them in here first. Oh my god, this is dizzy. This fantasy world dizzy, I think. I need to see. Treasure Island dizzy, of course. Okay, cool. Let's get some more maps going. Oh, one thing we do need to do is we need to add the materials before I get any further for the extra blocks that we've added. Oh, materials have already been added for them. Brilliant. That's courtesy of Mad Beagle, has done the work for me there, so thank you very much for that. So hopefully you should see materials all on here. Yep, everything's fine on there. Cool. No room for my feet down here because it's bloody cooler. There we go, that's better. All right, cool. Let's save our work here. And let's export this map. So we just want the first 11 rows in this. And so we need to export this map, which is now map 3. And we also need to export the tile set because that's changed. It's got some new tiles in there. We need to export the character set. And we need to export the character set attributes as well. Okay, right. So with that exported, what I want to look at now, let's just get some of these windows set up how I like them. So, oh, and connect to FluBits as well. I didn't have FluBits connected. Overwrite one remote file. Yeah. Cool. Right. So we should have FluBits connected now. So let me open up the windows I require. So I always like to keep 0 page open. I need map data. Okay, so this is what I want to work on now. So let's start by just loading in map 3, and let's set the colors in here somewhere. So we've got enemy list data, which is enemy list minus map 1, which is this bit here. Number of enemies data. I'm just trying to work out where I can actually add stuff in. Enemy weights is just one single byte. Okay, so we can add the extra data in here. So I should be able to add in transparent color. Let's add the actual data from this. So not that one, this one. So transparent color here is it's purple. So let's go for purple. And the background color. So we're going to always keep black as a. Let's put that back. Hopefully, the maps are still there. They're not. Okay. Let me just undo. There we go. Yeah. So we'll always keep black as this color. So we're just setting this color here, this brown, which is color 9. So. I'll just call it multicolor because there's only one of them. So there's 2 colors we can set them for the screen. Now this isn't going to show because we don't have it set up to read those values, but I want to start reading those values from there rather than from where they're set at the moment. So you can see the colors are wrong in here at the moment. It looks nice though, even though the colors are wrong. Now there is. Oh no, brown is fine. Okay. Raiders of the Lost Ark. Gonna blow it all on tour again. Yeah, it sounds weird, doesn't it? The other thing I want to do as well is I want to try and the snap distance for the player. I want to move that up a little bit because it looks weird here. I think it's probably going to look weird for the enemies as well. So we might have a look at trying to fix that snap if we can. That's part of the work tonight. In fact, we'll do that next. Once I get the colors loaded in, we'll fix those snaps. I also want to, if you watch the enemy as it drops off here, he actually appears in front of the HUD. I want it to do what the player does, which is disappear as it goes off there. So we'll do that as well. Just want to do all the little all the little things to improve the kind of the look and feel. Just so you guys can get a fairly decent experience as you play this when you're testing your levels. And then I think what we'll do once we start getting some levels in, we'll get the game flow working properly so we can actually load up level 1 and play through and get the bonus and load up level 2. But fairly soon after we've got the level editor made, I want to start doing some streams where we actually just play this. And I want to do it over the network somehow. I think there is a way to do it in Vice. I've never used it, so yeah, NetPlay. So I can set something up to kind of run this, maybe. Although I have to do my IP address, which is a bit worrying. I'll have a think about that. I'll have a think about how to host that, but we'll set some NetPlay up for it, and we tried it with Haiti as in playing Bubble Bobble. Okay, so did it work all right? Yeah. But only works over LAN. Okay, so I would have to. Okay, I'll have to figure out how to do it. There's got to be a way to do it somehow. So, okay, right. Let's get these colors working. So, so let's start with the color in game first. So let's find out where that is. So I believe that's in the IRQs, in here. So actually, first thing I want to do is I want to have a look at the map loader and see how the map loader is loading that data in. Initialize the map lookup. So at the moment it's using these map pointers to grab the map data, and that's these things here. So I'm going to change that so we're always using map 1. And the reason for that is because I want this to just be, I just want the map data to be read from one place. So I don't want to overcomplicate things here. So let's change this a little bit and make that work with just map 1 as a location first. So we're loading this in here and we're using map pointers to grab those values and storing this at tar1, tar2. So I'm actually going to change this to, I'm going to comment this out and I'm going to write some new functionality for it just so I can put it back if anything goes wrong. So I want the data of map data map 1. Like that. And I'm going to store that at tile +1. Type +2. So that should actually load the data incorrectly. There is no other lookup in here, but there are going to be lookups everywhere else for this. So the way I'm going to do this now is I'm just going to turn off these map pointers, and when I compile, it should tell me where all those are. If I compile from the right place. Oh, no, map loader, non-single map data. Oh no, hang on, this is... okay. Where's the map loader? What did I change? Did I do it right? Because I put that in, that's fine. Silent Night, who requested this? Trying to put FaZe to sleep. Okay, so we've got some in player ASM. Okay, so let's go and have a look in player. And that is at line 326. Wow, that's quite a way through this. Okay, so this is loading spawn positions. Okay, so spawn positions are here. So instead of this map pointer, y, again, I'm just going to comment the line out, and I'm going to change it to map data, map pointers, y, map 1. Right, so I'm going to keep this format in. We could probably just jump straight to that position. Actually, no, we can just jump straight to that position. Let's not confuse things. So player spawns. So if I just load that in here instead of doing that, this would be, so this is going to save us a couple of bytes and a few cycles. We just need to make sure all this works before I go ahead and change things. So originally we did have it this way, and when I wanted to add extra maps in, I changed it. So I have one more day left at work. I can't believe I've got to work on a Monday, although I'm pretty sure I'm not going to be doing very much. Whoops. Set finishing my handover notes, which aren't as long as I was thinking they might be, but I'm sure I'm going to have some kind of long meetings where I go over stuff like this. Map pointer's not present on total label value. So this is in HUD, line 374. Okay, so HUD, line 374. So I'm actually going to comment these out as well, because this makes it more, it makes it easier for this stuff to work. Okay, so same thing here. So we're getting enemy list data. So enemy list data is just enemy list, which is this bit here. So enemy list data. So this can basically be so there we go. Hayes and I used Hamachi to fake the LAN. Okay, cool. Yeah, I've used Hamachi before. Cool, thank you. That's a good way to do it, I think. Okay, cool. That should be pretty easy. Yeah, so we'll set something up and we'll do some multiplayer games to get an idea of how it feels, and hopefully it feels good. Hopefully we've got the right feeling for the game. I sure hope so. Just want to check. Did I actually? Okay, don't need that there either. Okay, now here we do need to add some data, and we've got the right data that we need to add here. Pipes, number of enemies, pipes, number of power-ups. Now this is something that the pipe system reads in, so I'm going to go and check the pipes and make sure where are the pipes? Enemies, pipes. Yeah, so you can see here it's reading all this data in. So I do need this transparent color and multicolor in here as well. And I need to make sure that I read the right number of bytes here. So this is how we're doing it at the moment. Okay, so this is update enemy list. Okay, so this again is data. It's a follow there. Thank you, Azuri Tard, for the follow. Welcome to the stream, dude. So that should give us the enemy list lower byte. Which is 2 updates here. So we can get rid of that there. This becomes the upper byte here. And then there's another one here, which I think is copying the data. So this is pipe spawn data, which is pipe spawn X. Yeah, this is saving quite a lot of bytes, actually. This is something I probably should have gone down this route originally. Well, actually, I did go down this route originally, and then I changed it when multiple levels were on the cards, which were always on the cards, really. But okay, so this is just copying data from map from self mod, which is the beginning. Actually, it's not set up here. Oh, yeah, it's set up here. Self mod pipe spawn X. So it's copying data from here down. Which is this bit here, map data copy. And then these things are not in the map data copy, they're outside it for some reason. Oh, because I have 3, so I'm going to move them inside, like so. So this should give us pipe length and direction, yeah. Door spawn lock, switch spawn lock, number of enemies, enemy weight, number of power-ups, transparent color, multicolor, yeah. 5% more volume on the SIDS, no worries. There you go. Then I don't need that here. Okay, so that should be the map copy stuff, which is a lot smaller now. I am actually going to remove these things in here because we don't need them. I can always undo if I need to get them back. I can always check the GitHub and have a look at the previous stuff. The smaller I can make these files, the better. All right, let's give that a try. Okay, so number of enemies is the new one there. So pipes, number of enemies. Pipes. Because number of enemies is inside here now. So pipes, map data copy. So let's go and stick that in. I think that's going to be in a few places. Line 46 in door. I'm going to copy that there again. Number of enemies, that's in HUD 1388. Which means that's also going to be wrong. Enemy weight, so that's behaviors 160. So I've been thinking about Technoid quite a bit since the stream, and I've got some ideas of what to do on the next stream. I'm going to add the particles in the next stream. The reason being is because I want all the stuff that's going to eat performance to be in there, so we can test the limits of what we can do. I've also had to think about how to do the level, the map. Oh, that's worked. Cool. So hopefully this gets into the map properly. Let's just play it through. Oh no. Okay. Okay. Some reason that I'm all the way over there. So it's reading the player spawns wrong, I think. Interesting. I've had to think about how to do the level stuff. So we should be able to load in the next screen. Why is it putting me there? I don't understand why it's putting me there. Let's have a look at the player spawn routine. Spawn player. Okay, so load player spawns, map data, map 1, player spawns, map data, map 1, player spawns. Yep. Sort map lookup vector. So why is it reading the wrong address in there? So the map is always going to be the same size. That's interesting that it's loaded them in wrong and loaded everything else correctly. Oh, I know why. Okay, maybe not. Data 1 map player spawns, map lookup vector. Okay. Oh, is this it? Because it's a vector, so it's supposed 0 and 1. There we go. So one of the things that Checkanoid has that I really want to implement is when you go between screens, it scrolls between one and the other. Yeah, there goes perfect now. So let's just make sure everything comes out right. I'll play it through. So I want to implement that same thing. I want it so that if you move on to a new screen, it's going to scroll that screen into view. Now, in order to do this, I want to basically, as soon as that screen, as soon as you go to enter that screen, it's going to render in an off-screen buffer somewhere. Oh, damn it! I'm doing this because I need to make sure that the platform itself, the doors work as well. Damn it! It's actually quite hard. I got it. Cool. So what I want to be able to, and because the levels are going to contain more than 256 characters. Oh, there was a glitch there. I don't know if you saw that. Don't know what caused that. It means I have to have a slightly more intelligent kind of level loader than before. Also, I noticed that my my health bar has only just started going up. In fact, it's reading incorrectly, so I need to check the eat meter stuff here. So everything seems fine except the eat meter. We need to add door color in there as well. Oh, pipe color and door color. So let's add these in here. So pipe color. So let's just keep them. Well, let's do a different color for now, so we can make them stand out. And door color will make red. So yeah, I've got some ideas how to do it, but what it basically means is every screen you enter is going to load from. Let me just find the right place for this. Every screen you enter is going to load from cartridge, and basically it needs to be done in a way that it's quick enough that it can draw in maybe 2 or 3 frames. A slight pause is not too bad. And still allow you to load in from 4 or 5 different loading from 4 character sets basically. So are you going to scroll the new map in all directions? Yes, it's going to. Yeah, that's the idea. So it's still going to be flick screen, but when you flick screens, it's actually going to scroll a new screen in. I want to try and duplicate as much of the original functionality as possible. Yeah, and there's no hiding the fact that this is Parasol Stars at all. Okay, so we've got a problem with the eat meter not showing the right values here. So let's just have a look. So that needs is it the bar units here needs to be read? Now, interestingly, those values don't are they copied in here maybe? Okay, let's have a look. What's going on here? Add number of enemies to get bar units. Okay, so get enemy list. Number of enemies is here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's correct. The thing is it's showing the. Let me put a thing in here. It's showing the door spawn at the right time. So I think maybe just this array is incorrect. Oh my god! Pardon me. I mean, it's just. Oh god. I quite like Kick's color labels red, but yeah, Second needs visual feedback when you're hitting enemies. Nothing happens in the Android version. You have to hit enemies like 10 times. Yeah, unfortunately, the only feedback is a very, very slight, a very, very subtle sound effect. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure what to do with that because I don't know how much I want to deviate from the original. I mean, it basically comes down to I forgot his name now. The original dev. It comes down to what he wants to do. So I'm going to try and get it as close to the original as possible. And if we want to enhance it slightly for the C64, we will. But um, I use screen border, etc. all over. Yeah, yeah. I definitely recommend that people do that. But at the same time, I think it's handy to know these addresses. I get lazy and just I find it easier to remember and type D020 than to type vic2.bordercolor or something like that. So for me, it's just kind of laziness, I guess. Trying to do things as quickly as I can. All right, so I want to see if these bar units are correct in memory. So that's going to be the first thing to do. So I'm going to load it up in the debugger. And then if that's correct, I need to just make sure that when it tries to update, it's actually using the right values. Oh, I need to detach the. I was also thinking about how to do um, so some of the kind of Robotron style screens have masses of enemies. And obviously there's an 8 sprite per line limit, and I'm using 2 sprites for the ship. So that means there's only 6 sprites that can appear in a line, and these sprites are quite small. And the problem is even though the sprites are quite small, you can't draw the next sprite until you've drawn all 21 lines of that sprite. So I'm trying to think of some sneaky ways to group multiple sprites into a single sprite. So yeah, I have to have a good think about that. There's going to be a lot of challenges in that game, but hopefully there'll be interesting challenges and we can work through them together on stream. It seems like I've done a lot already, but to be fair, most of what I've done is actually the simple bits of the code. It's not that difficult to do the bits that I've done. It's the more complicated pieces that are going to be tricky. Oh, why is this running so quickly? There we go. Okay, so what am I looking for again? Completely. Oh, the eat meter. Okay, so first of all, I want to see where the eat meter is. The data for it anyway. By units is 840A. So we should see 56 units in here going from 0 to 56. So okay, interesting. It doesn't actually. Oh no, okay, it's not 56. It's the number of enemies, and there's 8 enemies. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And 38 is indeed 56. So this is correct. So the bar units is fine. That's been calculated correctly. So in that case, what we need to do is we need to figure out when it tries to draw those, why is it drawing the wrong size? So in the update eat meter, which is going to be in here, there must have been some pre-calculation in the initialize. Color meter, update eat meter. Yes, initialize eat meter. Here we go. Oh, no, okay, update eat meter. Okay, so this is trying to grab the start position of the eat meter, which is correct up to this point. For some reason, this suddenly fails. So we add the number of enemies and the number of power-ups, which is correct according to this list. Number of enemies is 8. Number of power-ups is 3. That's actually... oh, hang on. Map data copy number of enemies. Number of enemies, number of power-ups. Let me just put this over here. So this is our map data. I don't know why it's in pipes. It's a weird place for it to be, but okay. Number of enemies, number of power-ups. Okay, so one thing is here, it's adding these two numbers together, but they may already cross a boundary. So this is kind of bad. This shouldn't be done like this. Because if the carry flag gets set here, it's going to get absorbed by this, and that means this is not going to advance. So this is probably the issue here. Yeah, the power-ups are enemies in the spawn table. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so just try to think of the easiest way to do this now. Well, let's just see if that is the problem first. I think it probably is. So let's just... It's kind of a shitty way to do this, but we've already saved a lot of bytes, so I'm not too fussed. And then if this works, I'll think of a way of... Maybe think of a way of doing this better. But for now, it's fine. Let's just see if it works. Okay, so we're looking for the eat meter to actually grow properly. Which it seems to be doing. At least the first one's worked. Oh, shit, I forgot those things run at you. Yeah, it looks like that was the issue. So we were just in a really unlucky place where where that value actually crossed the boundary and caused the carry flag issue. So it's a good job we spotted it there, because it might have been very difficult to spot once we'd got multiple levels in. That looks to be fine. Cool. I had no concept of the socks. Yes. That's a good point. I've probably worn socks about 4 times in the past 6 months. Just because I've had to go out for a walk now and again. So, but other than that, I've not worn socks. So socks are quite an alien concept at the moment. Kind of, oh God, I should have known that. What would be kind of cool with the joke system is if when somebody spends 250 for the joke, and everybody who can type the answer before the bot types the answer wins 250. Well, it'd be shimishins because these are channel points, aren't they? I can't award channel points. What did the big flower say to the little flower? Oh, God's sake. Yeah, but also more noise. That's true. That is true. I'm kind of happy with the reduction in noise there. So that's the good one. These are starting to repeat now. Okay, so I think we've got all that data loading in now. So now we can start looking at putting these colors in. So these colors should be updated in this map data copy stuff. I actually wonder if this could be done differently, but I'm going to stick with the idea of porting the map into this location. So it's going to be called map 1, and there won't be such a thing as map 2 in here. In fact, I'll get rid of that now. And instead, what we'll do here is we'll import the binary for xyzed level 1, etc. And then have the map pointers here for that. But we'll probably align this somewhere to make sure. We'll probably add some blank data to the end of this to make sure there's enough room for all variations of levels. Because up to this point, the level data is the same length, but from this point here and here, actually, depending on the number of enemies and power-ups you put in, it could be a lot more. So okay. Okay, so to go back, let's put let's keep the map data there. Actually, let's move the IRQ over this side. So now we're looking for screen color changes. So we have black here. This is the background color for. In fact, I'm using the word black there. I'm actually annoyed because everywhere else I've done that, so I'm going to keep it consistent. I think this is the HUD color. I think. Well, if it's not, then we'll change it. But I think that's the HUD color. Here is the background color. Okay, so here we need to load in the color. So I think this should be quite straightforward. I think all we need to do here is why I've put it in pipes, I don't know, but fine, it's in pipes. And this will be transparent color. So now I think that should load the background color in based on this. So we should get a purple background now if this has worked. It won't work in the transition though. That's the next thing we need to do. Okay, cool. Right, so we've got that color there. So let's do the multicolor as well. And that's going to be this bit here. Oop. Oh god, yes, the answer is yes, Hayes, it is. Thanks for the bits. Oh wow. Sorry, I just reading a message from Andy there as well about doing the Vice thing. I think Hamachi will work though, because Hamachi will allow us to create a local area network. I just need to make sure I lock it down a little bit because I don't want to give you guys access to all the source code on my machine. That could be disastrous. Okay, so that should hopefully load the correct background color, which is this 9. So we should see brown kind of chocolatey colors in the chocolate pieces. So oh yeah, do it in a VM. That's not a bad idea as well. Yeah, I can spin a VM up pretty easily, I think. Cool. So this is porting the colors in correctly. So now we've got two slightly more complex bits, and this is pipe colors and door colors. Now this is going to be a bit trickier. Now, what we could do is we could just during the map draw routine, look for these things and replace them with these new colors. But the easiest way to do this would be to actually replace them in the color data list anyway. So when the map loads, first thing it does, actually when this pipe data loads and these two colors are set, kind of, actually no, this needs to happen before. This needs to happen during the map loading. So I need to work out, when does this pipe initialize? Does it initialize before the map or after the map? I bet it happens after the map. So let's have a look. So this is our start routine. I'm not seeing where the map is drawn. Title screen, select random game track. Okay, that can go now because we don't use that. Door initialize, bonus initialize. I'm not seeing the map drawer anywhere in here. Is it being drawn earlier? That's fine. We can do it in the map loader. That's fine. We'll do it in the map loader. It's easier, I think. So what we're going to do is we're going to, in this map loader, we're going to do a similar lookup for these values in map 1. We don't need to use the map data copy. We can use the data directly from here. And we're going to change those in the character list. So the way I'm going to do this is I'm going to have a list up here, two lists up here. So door chars and pipe chars. I did it with an underscore there. And this is just going to be two lists. Now we're going to have to keep an eye on these in case we move stuff around. Because if we move stuff around, then this is obviously going to change. But for now, we can just use the values that are in here. So the pipes start at 29 and run to 38. So let's do it in hex as well. So 29 is, oh God, brain's not working. 1D, 1E, and this needs to go all the way up to 38. So this is 20 all the way up to 28, 26, sorry. Okay, so that's not quite all the pipes, but it's most of them. We've also got the pipe bulge here, which moves up the pipe. So they start at 89 and then it's 4. So 89, so it's on the next row. 89 is 5, 9, and it's 4. So it'd be 5A, 5B, 5C. Don't know why it's suddenly gone into caps. It has. Okay, so that's the pipe characters. Now the door characters. How did everyone in the community hear about it before me? What are we talking about here? I don't know what we're on about there. Is that an Atari Jaguar? I mean, yes, it is indeed. I will go back and play that a little bit more at some point. Because I do want to play Flashback. I do want to get further on it. I managed to soft lock myself on it on my first go. And I do really enjoy that game, so I'd like to play a bit more of it. Okay. Let's have a look. What's this? Okay, so pipe colors we've done, so we need door colors now. So the door's quite simple. Um, there's only 5 characters for the door. No, sorry, 6 characters for the door. I am 3. Oh, impossible mission 3. Oh, awesome. That would be pretty cool. How's it going then on that, Carlton? Is it working well? And who's that? That's Epics, isn't it? I think. Oh, I tell you what, that's a big ask as well. That's there's some real kind of gameplay to live up to there. So good luck with that. I hope you do. If anybody can do it, you can, Carlton. I think you'll do a good job of it. So okay. Okay. Door characters. Okay, so door character numbers. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 here. We're going to start at 53. So, oops, 3, 5. We need 4 here. And then I think it's, yeah. So it's 3, 9, 3B. Cool. Right. So all we have to do is before we draw the map, so before we do any of this and we start using the colors, is we just need to set these values up here. So first set door and pipe colors. Okay, so we'll do these one at a time, quite simple. So we'll go backwards through the loops as well. Why not? I can't remember what the char color location is. Color char colors. It's quite simple, really. Actually, so if we do this with Y, then I can load like that and do that. Oops. And then do the same for the pipes, and we're done. Cool. Right, let's give that a try. So hopefully now we should get yellow pipes and a red door, as opposed to the green pipes and a purple door that we were getting before. Uh, okay, slight error here in MapLoader. And then we just need to set the colors in the transitions to be correct. So at the moment it's the wrong colors in the transitions. Okay, the door is already there, which is a bit of a worry. And these colors, something weird is going on here. Why is that? Let's have a look at that routine. The door should not be there at that point, which is interesting. Okay, that is a strange one. I'll have to have a look at that in a minute. So, see you later, DMX. Good to see you. Um, Okay, map loader. Okay, so we load this, comma y, that should be pipe chars, comma y. Oh, and we're not loading the accumulator with anything. Okay, so we need to load the accumulator here with door color. And that's actually pipe color, not. Okay, so I got this completely the wrong way around. Hang on. Pipe color, pipe chars, door color, door chars. Pipe color, door chars, pipe color, pipe chars, pipe chars. All right, let's try that again. So the only problem I've got here is that the door is showing when it shouldn't be. Okay, so obviously this needs to be high res, so it's kind of working, but we need the high res colors in here. So I'm just going to add to this rather than add extra code. So just going to add 8 to each of these. Cool. All right. So question is, why is that door there? Why is the door appearing? It should not be appearing. Because that should appear when we've killed everything. But I have a funny feeling that door's been there since the beginning of the stream, actually. So I want to see if the door actually appears properly, if it respawns. Thanks, Habot. Thanks for the bits, dude. Appreciated. Yeah, it's really weird. It's just that it does appear. And it actually appears in purple. So why is oh, because the door should not be there in the original map. So if I look at the map data in here and go and have a look, the door is not there in this version. So that's fine. I'm not too bothered about that. I'll come and fix that in a minute. What I do want to do is fix the color. So even though it drew the door correctly in the initial case, it didn't draw it when the door was spawning. The door drew incorrectly as it spawned. So let's have a look at the door spawn routine, which I haven't touched for a long time, so it should be interesting. Is there a color? Maybe there's a color update in here somewhere. Spawn door. Okay, so color from screen location. Okay, so door vector 2 is actually the color, and that's this bit here, and that is the color there. Okay, so if I just load, what was it? Map data, map 1, door color. There we go. That should spawn correctly now. Actually, well, so while we're at it, that was kind of simple. Let's get rid of the door on this bit here. Let me get rid of it on this one as well. So the reason we don't need that is because what we actually have is a door spawn location here, which tells us where the door is actually going to be. And that will be just part of the editor. You'll be able to note where the things that you won't have full control over will be the pipes and the doors. So there must always be 5 pipes on the level. So you will have to place 5 pipes. And the way you'll do that is you'll place the top of the pipe and say which direction it's coming from. A command which ignores betting commands. You can ignore Shimmerbot, I think. It's quite spammy on its own. No, it is. It's just a fun thing. It helps with engagement though. I've found that since I've had, oh my god, this freaking tune. Who requested this? Hayes thought so. I found that since I've had it, the average viewers has gone up. So like the over time, it's keeping people around. I don't know why. Um, so it does help a little bit. Yeah, I'm wondering if there's a way to cancel out a lot of that. I mean, you could probably do it by ignoring. I'm not going to skip it. It's hilarious. You could probably do it by ignoring certain people. Put it all in a web page. You can do it on. Yeah, maybe. But then I have to set up a weird kind of connection to my server and stuff. It it gets kind of tricky. Ah, he's got really delayed. Yeah, that's a shame that. So I did put some stuff in to kind of help with that a little bit. So it will announce when the race starts. Who won that race? I didn't see. Was that a Turrican win? Oh, mayhem. Okay. Anyway, right. I'm going to go for a break so you can all gamble freely, but you can do a group bets and then do a bot post with everybody's bets. The problem is everybody has to type in chat to bet, so it's tricky to group all those together, and that's where a lot of the spam comes from, actually. Along with things like these raffles as well. Andy's just started a raffle. It used to be that Twitch gave you additional rooms, so we could have had a separate room for the gambling, but they took that feature out for some strange reason. Because I used to use it for there used to be like a serious conversation window where you could discuss the code and stuff. So there was a spam window where stuff like this went on, and then um, another one where you could have serious conversations. But they took that facility away for some reason. I don't know why. I'll have a think about it. There are some things to think about here, but it's difficult. I've tried to reduce the spam as much as I can since the last couple of streams, and it's definitely improved a lot. But I can see there's still quite a lot going on, and people seem to be determined to gamble all the time now. Like the gambling has gone through the roof recently. Hey, no, it's fine. It's fine. It annoys me as well, Carlton. It's. I'm not saying it annoys you, but it's difficult for me to keep an eye on chat and look for stuff as well. So, um, but I don't really want to remove it. So it's just finding a middle ground as well. I like having the gambling there. I think it's a good feature to have in. It definitely helps with engagement, but yeah, finding a way to limit it would be pretty good. So I'll have a think about it. There might be a way. All right, I'm gonna take a quick break. Then when I come back, we'll test out the chains I've just made, and we'll add the colors into the transitions as well. And then I think we're pretty close to being able to start making an editor. So I think the next step will be to add some Xamizer coding, which I haven't touched for a long time. So I'm probably going to have a look at my Parasol Stars code and use something from that, because I do have a level unpacker in that, so I'll probably use that. All right, I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. Be right back. All right, I'm back. Bit of ocean loader, I think. Is this? more wine. Okay, so we need to get the colors working in the transition. Should be fairly easy to do. I think I'm going to add the Checkonoid sprite in as my next icon. By the way, I was thinking about this. No, it was the you are, yes. He's a very good coder as well because he did the oh, is it Elite? Oh, Elite Loader. Okay, I knew it was a loader of some kind. He did Bubble Bobble and did a great job of it as well. The bubble routine that he's got is incredible. Okay, transition colors. Okay, so there's a few places where we need to add the current color of the level into the transition. So I think it's probably going to be in here. All right, maybe not because there's. Oh, this is. Hang on. Yeah, it's not this, is it? This is. Oh, this is the old transition. This probably needs removing at some point. This is different now. I'm going to leave that alone for now. Actually, let me try if it's linked in here, just turning it off. That there. Let me try, see if this works without it. I think it should work. Okay, cool. It works without that, right? Ooh, pardon me. So I'll get rid of that file completely. I'll remove it from here. So we're saving little bits of memory as we go along, which is kind of nice. Yeah, freed up quite. God, I've got the hiccups now. Freed up quite a bit of room here, which is nice. It gives us some leeway to add additional stuff in. So Steve Pickford. Oh, yeah, he's an artist, and he did he did the loading screen for Checkonoid in the which version was it? And I think he's going to do the loading screen. I think I'm going to use the same loading screen on the C64 version as well. I know he did a version of it anyway. I've got a version of it that he did. So okay, transitions. It must be this one then. So what am I looking for? I'm looking for background color changes. So not in there. Maybe in this one. No. So I'm looking for the color orange that's assigned to the background color. So playing any games like, yeah, I'm going to play Parasol Stars again. I'm going to keep going with that game. I just need to get good at it. I just need to keep practicing it. I've completed it once, but I've only completed on emulation. I want to complete it on real hardware. So I'm just going to keep doing it and get better and better at it because I'm going to need to be able to play that game very well once we start doing the game on stream, which hopefully will start towards the end of the year. So anybody who wants to kind of have a go at doing graphics for that, you're more than welcome to. We need to make it as close to the original as possible. So you've got reference material to work with. The only thing I would say is try and avoid using the NES version as a guide. Try and use the Amiga or the PC Engine version. Unfortunately, the NES version, in my opinion, isn't that great. So, okay, let's have a look where if that's been used anywhere. Background color. Okay, so I'm looking for background color with orange in front of it, and I'm not seeing it anywhere here. Yeah, okay, so let's try looking for D021. Let's just get rid of that one. Okay, here we go. Bonus. Don't know why it's in the bonus, but it is in the bonus. So let's go and have a look at that. Yeah, I'm not sure what these are doing here. Let me just set that to red and see what happens. I don't think that's the right place for it. Oh. Title card is there. Title card is here. Have I added? I've got to install IQ again and turn these extra keys off. They're annoying. Okay, so it's not there. So I'm going to leave that red for now so I can spot. In fact, I'm going to set it to black so it becomes really obvious when it's being used. So the yellow here, which is a title card. Here we go. It looks like these are the right colors here. So if I set that to red. Okay, cool. So the question is this, no, not that one. Is this set after the map is drawn? It must be. So I'm going to go for map data. So map data map one. What changed? Oh, the if I used orange. Shush. Did I play Bubble Bobble Symphony? I don't think I did actually. I've not played many Bubble Bobbles other than the original, to be honest. I've always preferred the other two games. I've always preferred Rainbow Islands and Parasol Stars. I think Bubble Bobble's a great game. Don't get me wrong, but I do prefer the two sequels. Yeah. Okay, I get your point there. But typing orange is 6 characters, whereas typing 08 is 2. So okay, so where is the other color then? Which is the multicolor, which we are setting in the IRQ. So we set it in here. Where was it? Multicolor is set somewhere in here. Yeah, this one here. So we set here. See, this is what I don't like. So now I've got to go and find out where I've done that. D022. So I don't think green is the color I set. So I don't think it's that. So maybe I did call it this somewhere else. There's definitely some inconsistencies. Yeah, here we go. Oh no, start. I don't think that's the right place either. Maybe it is. See, that's not good. It shouldn't be in here. It shouldn't be this here. So I'm going to go and put this where I had the other one, which was in here. Yeah, I was just thinking that's very thing, Mad Beagle. I was going to look at that next. Yeah, there is, isn't there? Now, this could be because we go from, yeah, it could be a V-scroll register thing. It could be, let's have a look. Slow it right down. So Y-scroll is here. It's currently at 7. There is a bit of Y-scroll here because we moved this up. Now it's set to 3. And we're on 40 by 25. Ah, interesting. It doesn't seem to... Oh, hang on. I'll have to do that again. Damn it. Just wait for the race is now open. You should see that in the chat straight away. The chat will be a lot quicker than the... let's put that there. The chat will be a lot quicker than the video feed. So keep your eye out for it on the chat, and then you should be able to bet. Okay, so Y scroll is 3. We're at 40 by 25. And then it goes to 0. So we need to make sure at the end of the title card transition that the Y scroll goes to 0. So if we find that in transition bars, maybe. So we're looking for Y scroll. D011, I believe, or I can't remember if it was D011 or D016. So D011. Okay, so D011 is being changed in an update loop, probably. Actually, it's as the title card moves off. So if I just do it at the beginning here, this should be enough, I think. So we do a D011 here. If I end it like so, that hopefully should fix it. Let's have a look. No, it still moves up 1. Oh. Wait, what? Why is it moving up 1? Init sprites, animate bars. Okay, let's try it in the debugger again. See if it's actually making a difference this here or not. But yeah, that's what's causing the problem here. Scrolls past it 3 times. I don't get what you're on about there, sorry. Okay, so set the thing here again. So it's 7 at this point, and it moves because this red bar here needs to be animated off. So this is animated by changing that Y register. But it still stays at 3 during the transition, so I don't think this is quite doing the job here. So I'm going to copy that here. Init sprites, animate bar, change direction, update. Is this even the right place? Let's have a look. Feels like this isn't the right place. Because the only other place it could be is in here. Ah! Time for transition in as well. That might be it. Yeah, all fine here in the no drop frames either. Okay, so there is an annoying jolt at the bottom, but this is probably because of the way that the HUD works. So what I need to do now is make sure that the IRQ is returned to the game at just the right point to kind of set this all up correctly. So let's do that again, just make sure that that's what's happening. There is a weird glitch there, and I think it's to do with that. Screen shake should be clear at that point, but let me check that just in case. Yeah, let's try and tidy this up. Screen shake. Okay, screen shake val. Find where that is. So screen shake valve starts at 0, so that should be fine. Although let's make sure that that actually always begins as 0, just because it's not going to at the moment. So let's just make sure that's reset in our init function here. I don't think this is going to make any difference. I think what's happening is because the IRQ is dealing with the sprites moving across the screen, and then when it's finished, it needs to change back into the game. And it needs to change into the game at a very specific point in order for the HUD to draw properly. Oh, it did work though. Interesting. Was that just fluke? No, it was fluke. Okay. So I think what we need to do here is we need to make sure that the IRQ is set up in this area down here when the transition is finished. So the IRQ has a main entry point, which should be returned at the end of the transition. So this is the animate. There should be a complete somewhere in here. Okay, so I'm going to look in our IRQ, see if I can find. Let's put that one on this side. See if I can find where that is introduced, because it could just be that we just call init game IRQ. I just want to make sure that that's not fired anywhere else. Starting soon. Okay, wow, that's old. I should probably remove them from the stream because I'm getting results. So I don't want that. Yeah. Okay. So we're only ever using this here. So that means this init game IRQ is happening at a very specific point in here. Here we go. It's happening here. I should probably make sure that that doesn't happen, or it doesn't start there. I wonder what would happen if I changed it to second IRQ. Okay, I'm going to do a little test here. So I'm just going to blank out this bit here, and I'm going to replace it with second IRQ instead, which is off screen, I think. So that bit, like so. I've got to do a lot of IRQ timing, so I've missed that. So if I can't get this to work, I'm not going to waste too much time on it. I will spend some time doing. No, it still glitches. What I'm seeing is it draws the eat meter and then immediately kind of glitches as it tries to draw the next bit instead. So I wonder if in the hood here. Actually, I can pause this and skip through. So here's the hornet's nest. Yeah. Yeah, trying to get this to not glitch. So there's a lot of stuff I need to do that is going to be to do with preventing these glitches. So I don't want to spend too much time doing it on stream because it is going to be quite boring to debug this stuff. But I'll spend a little bit of time on it. I'll spend like another half an hour tweaking these, but I do want to move on to the Xamizer stuff. So it'd be good to get that in place instead. So what am I interested in here? So I'm going to need to pause this at some point and then advance through it. So just trying to think how to do this. I'm going to let's have a look. What have we got in the code? So we've got let's pause on our IRQ entries. So mind you, these are going to trigger immediately, aren't they? So I think the issue is that where is it gone? This is happening, I think, at the wrong point. So maybe if I move this down to here, let's try that first. So we don't actually initialize the IQ until everything else is done. Could fix it. Okay, that felt better, but it still did draw the hood that I didn't want at the bottom. No, it's still a glitch. Still an annoying glitch there. Okay, so let me hood initialize. Maybe if the hood was initialized last. And we turn off the interrupts here. Actually, let's turn the interrupts off. Let's turn them off up here so there's no other stuff going on. Okay, that seemed a little bit better, but it is still drawing that that hood in a weird place. So what I can also do here is if I just do, just as a really crappy test here. So it's not drawing the hood until it gets to off screen. No, it's still glitching. Still getting a weird glitch there. Okay, so put that back. And let's put a breakpoint in here. And I'm also going to put a breakpoint. I'm going to put a breakpoint here. Yeah, I think the Apple app is kind of problematic. Okay, let me slow it ever so slightly. Okay. Okay, so the first breakpoint seems to be happening around about here. The raster is at line A4, which is, yeah, it is kind of here. Now, one thing I do know is that the screen scroll is different in the middle here. I don't know if you can see that. Screen scroll is 3 there, 0 here. So for some reason, the screen scroll has been set to 3 at this point. So that's one avenue of exploration. Just comment those breaks out. I'll probably come back to these. So that there was one in transition bars, I believe, that I restored to its original thing. So I'm going to put that back to like that, because it could be that one that's causing the issue. Oh yeah, the debugger is debug. Ah, that looked pretty good. I didn't see a glitch there. The debugger is pretty awesome. Like being able to see what was going on at any raster position on the screen is infinitely useful. Okay, so it is flashing the HUD down there, but it's not glitching. It's just showing the original HUD, and that's fine, because I think we can fix that with that original piece of code that I put in here. So let me just put that back. No, actually, that broke it again. Let's get rid of that. Yeah, I see that as well. Okay, let's go back into the debugger and see if we can work out what's going on at that point, because it does seem to be doing something. Let me put the breakpoints back in. It does seem to be doing something rather odd at this point for some reason. I'm not sure why. Oh, hang on. Before I do that, let me just restore the original IRQ, which was this one. Oops. Do that. All right. Okay, still a glitch. I want to see if that screen tear is there as well. Oh, I missed it. Yeah, I was using the GUI for a while with the debugger, but I found that it doesn't do some things, and it's not compatible with the later versions. So yeah, it does still have a screen tear around about here. Okay, this seems to be happening at this breakpoint here. So I'm going to put that one back in, and I'm going to put this one in as well. If only it was lag that caused the points. Thank you, Reggae Pirate, and appreciated the bits. Cheers. Okay, let's have a look. Okay, so this is that screen tear. I'm not sure what's going on here. So you can see as we move down the row. So this is one of the nice things about the debugger is for every line that's previously been drawn on the screen, it will show you where it was in the code when it was running. So you can see that over here. But it will also show you all the scroll values and stuff. And you can see as I move down, the Y scroll hits 3, which means this is why we're seeing a gap here. And I'm not sure why it's hitting 3. So let's see if we can find out what's going on here. So at this point, it's hit 3. And that makes sense, because that means if it's set to 3, then the next row that it fetches will be in the wrong place. It will be further down, which is why we're getting that gap. So this is called this effect is kind of the basis for how some of the fast screen scrollers work, by delaying lines like this. It actually work by delaying bad lines, but that's kind of what's happening here. The bad line is being delayed by 3 lines, so we're seeing a gap of 3 pixels here, and the whole screen is shifted down by 3. And it's just what you would expect for the Y scroll, but it does mean that there are 3 lines where it doesn't know what to do, and so it puts some blanking. So I need to figure out why it's doing that. Spelling there. So let's have a look at all the places where D011 is affected. So it's drawn to here, but we don't actually do. This is in the title card, so I don't expect this to be a problem. We do have a grab, a store, and sorry, a push to stack, and then back in. Thanks for the follow, Findane. Goodness, you feel like, why do you feel like a newbie? You know this, Carlton. Surely you know this already. In fact, I know you know this already. You do these things. Oh, raid. Welcome along, raiders, and thank you, Wallaby, for the raid. Good to see you all. Hope you're all doing well. What have you been up to over there tonight? I'm showing 50k. I'm doing C64 dev. Working on quite a few projects at the moment, but Saturdays is our long running series of game dev on a C64 game, which has kind of been a collaborative effort. Game dev finishing up project Unity Physics Games. Okay, cool. Carton the channel points. Okay, I was going to say you know all of this already, so I had a feeling it wasn't that. Oh, this is interesting. We've got this title card tempting here. Okay, I'll tell you what we can do, and I'll show you another nice feature of the debugger here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to load this into the debugger. You made an Atari 2600 VCS game in the past. Yes, I would like to do some Atari 2600 stuff, but I feel like I'd be upset by the lack of memory. I like the C64 because it's a good balance between quite heavy limitations and still enough power that you can do some pretty amazing stuff. So, and kind of the Mega 65 is going to be a little bit of a jump, but I'm hoping that I can kind of work with, I can source kind of assets and music from people that follow the stream to make the game I had planned. But other than that, it is still pretty much 650 assembly. So you have to basically create an NTSC PAL signal in real time. Yeah, I've heard the Atari can be a bit fun to work with. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to start, and then I'm going to immediately pause when the transition starts. Now I'm going to set a breakpoint up here. And get rid of no, I'll leave those ones in place. Now what I'm going to set a breakpoint is if the value in D011 is set to anything more than 0, so anything that's not the position we want. So in other words, if it's set to 3 is what we're looking for here. Now if I restart, hopefully this will break when that glitch happens, and we'll be able to see why that's happening. So, and there we go. So we've got a glitch, and we have a line here. So now if I Control Shift F3, I can see the code. And this is in initialize for what looks like player codes. Reset screen sprite attributes from intro. Okay, so let's go and have a look at player code. Reset screen attributes from intro. And there we go. There's the tube. There we go. That's going to be it. So nice and easy to track down where that change happens. So hopefully the screen tear will be gone now, which it looks like it is. And so you can see it is drawing this this section down here, and then it's one frame with it drawn, and then it clears. So I think the first thing we need to do is we need to change the HUD update, the HUD data, sorry. So if I open a new window in here, do have this HUD data already here. So all I'm going to do is I'm just going to remove this HUD from here because it's automatically drawn in the code when we need it. So if we start with a blank area here, then we should hopefully get rid of that tiny glitch that happens. I lived in Romania for 30 years. About time my luck changed. I did 6502 as a hobby. It's been the best thing I've done in years. Yeah, I absolutely love it. I've done a lot of coding kind of outside my job in various things. You know, I've experimented with C and I've experimented with C sharp and lots of various console APIs, and I've done some Java. I've done some. I've done a lot. I've done a lot of different things here and there, but I've never enjoyed the hobby of coding as much as when I did 6502. It's just been so much fun. Commodore in particular as well. I really love kind of trying to push the machine to its limits to do certain things. Okay, so let's have a look at the frames here. So we get this drawn here. This is fine. This is just because the IRQ hasn't happened yet. It fixes there and then it fixes there. So hopefully, if I run this without the breakpoints, those glitches should be very minimal now. And there's still things we can do to make those glitches better as well, which we'll try in a second, but I think we should be pretty good now. Is it C64 which makes it fun, or you just like the 6502? I think for me it's the C64. I don't know how Carlton feels about it, but definitely the C64. And yeah, as Carlton says, the community has been great. I mean, yeah, as the response to Millie Murray, I felt the same way with .cosmos as well. I made that Cosmos, and I just couldn't believe how kind of interested people were in it, and it's that kind of thing it's that kind of thing that really inspires me to do stuff. And I've always been the sort of person who wants to teach people. I would have been a teacher if I hadn't got into the jobs I got into. I would have ended up being a teacher. So I think for me it's been kind of nice to share my knowledge on stream as well. So yeah, there's something about it, isn't there? There's something about the C64 that just makes it lovely, because you've got this kind of really quite quaint graphics mode with these rectangular pixels, and that in itself is a limitation which you just don't have on other machines. You don't have that same limitation. So you've got this very recognizable graphical style. You can look at a screenshot of a game, and even if they change all the colors so that they match, so like if you've got an Amstrad CPC game and you've got a Commodore 64 game, and you put them side by side and you set the saturation and the colors and everything so they looked identical, you could spot the Commodore game because of the rectangular pixels. And it's that kind of weird, quaint kind of limitations that I like, and that, and yeah, and the hardware space as well. Okay, it's looking better. So there is one small flash as it tries to set up the HUD down here, and it's no longer black. So I'm going to try moving this now to this place here. So you've probably seen me do this before. This is just a very, very cheap way of checking a line for the raster. So I'm just waiting for the raster line to come down. I don't want to use the IRQ for it. the interrupts, the raster interrupts, because I'm kind of setting them up here and I've disabled them up here anyway. So this just allows me to, I just load the accumulator with a value, and then I just repeatedly compare the contents of D012 against the value. And this is just a way of jumping. I mean, this is the same as if I did a label here and did branch not equal to label. It just means jump backwards 3. 6502 for everybody. Thanks, Doctor, for the bits. Cheers. Appreciated. He was tutored by Specky programmers. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I could do, yeah, exactly, Carlton. I could do that as well. But do you know what it is? I've just got used to, when I do these kind of routines, just doing that. I don't know what it is. When I do these little snippets like that, I always do that. Just habit, I guess. What if there were 128 hardware sprites, but that was all the graphics you had? That would be easier. I think that would be easier. I'd like to, I'd like to try a Specky game, but I know how annoyed I've been with the Game Boy, so I realize Specky's got slightly easier. That's better. The Specky's got slightly easier Z80 to work with, but it's still annoying. Okay, let me just check this second IRQ. If I get it to do the second IRQ, okay, so let's go and put that back in again. Where was it? This one. It's trying to get rid of all the glitches. If I can get rid of all the glitches here, then I'll be happy, because it will bode well for the rest of the glitches that I need to sort out. So, oh, that was a random hit. On the Specky, it's just you and the CP versus the world. Yeah, that's the thing that interests me about the Specky, is because you don't have the hardware scrolling, you don't have the hardware sprites. It seems to be about writing really fast, efficient code, and I like that sort of thing. So my concern is that I don't know enough about Z80 to make the most of it. It would take me a few months before I really kind of got to grips with it. So I'd have to write some basic stuff first and work my way through it. But I'm not sure I could bring myself to do that. That looks spot on. That looks absolutely spot on. So I saw a tiny little glitch, but I think it's just that last line. That's all it is. It's what the hell was that in the thing? Saying the same thing again. Coding skills are needed for any format. Spade just needs code around a lot of stuff we take. But yeah, exactly. What is this tune? It's just random samples in the middle of it. Okay, so the only glitch we've got now is that this last line here overrides here. So I'm going to try moving that line down, but I think I had some issues with it when I did that. But I'm going to try it, which is basically in this IRQ. Is it this one? Background color. No, it's not. It's no, it is this one. Okay, so I need to set this value in here. So I'll set that one later. It should hopefully get rid of that tiny line disappearing. There is still a flicker. Let's see what happens when the screen shake starts. Come on, kill me, please. Oh, damn it. Actually, that looks all right. I think I prefer that to the other way. There's still these weird twos. I'd love to figure out how to get rid of those. That's something. I see. There's still a flicker when. Hmm, let's eat some stuff and run around. Oh, I just noticed it hasn't drawn these two edge pieces here, so I might need to fix that. And I think the screen shake is causing some issues here, so let's get into a state where I can actually, oh my God. One more, gonna get that guy up there. Yeah, I think I'm going to put it back. There's a few glitches that are happening. I think that one line is not a big issue. Okay, that's pretty good going. Or it's the jumping enemy guy? What the marshmallow guy? Yeah, the twos are back. I need to figure out how to get rid of those twos. The annoying thing is they don't show in the debugger. Well, they show visually in the debugger, but you can't find where they are in any memory map. It doesn't seem to match anything that's going on. So I don't know if it's just to do with junk that's being drawn in a particular area or something because of the screen shake. Actually, let me try, if I just get rid of, so we set an illegal graphics mode in the HUD down here somewhere. Where is it? Not that one. Where was it now? It's going to be D011 again. So this bit here. See, I hate this. I really would rather not have that. D011, yeah, okay. I'm going to actually change this back to D011 because, oops, I actually don't like them being there. So this is setting 3 as the... Also setting zeros in these, so it's turning text mode, extended mode off, screen off. No, it's turning them all on. So this is turning on text mode, extended background mode. No, it's not. That's handing them out. So actually, it's leaving those alone. Okay, so this is just setting a scroll. Let me try changing that scroll, see what happens down at the bottom. I think this might screw around with the HUD. So, oh, the twos at the bottom. No, they didn't get. We didn't get any luck with it. We tried to find out. We set some breakpoints and stuff around it, but couldn't figure out what was causing it. Okay, let me set the player size so it's immediately fat. Where's players gone? There it is. 'Cause I do wonder what this is doing here. I mean, I've put it back, but there's obviously a reason why I'm setting those two values. I'm not sure what it is. Ah, because of the glitch down there. Okay, so that. Although look, it's got rid of the twos now. Oh, that's frustrating. With the HUD glitches now. Interesting. For the rest of the screen looks fine, but the HUD is glitchy down there now. Okay. So this is probably what's causing it. So I'm just going to put I'm just going to do debug, and I'll come back to that. So in fact, I'm even going to write that down because I need to know what that number is. IRQ line 109, just so I can go back to that. Because what's happening is this is where the HUD is drawn. So this is set in the background color. It's hiding the sprites. Then this, I thought what that bit was doing was hiding the was creating a black bar for things to go behind, but it's not, because we're actually hiding the sprites by moving them off screen. Good night, Dockster. So let me just get rid of that, because I don't think that's even needed. Let me put it back to what it was, and then I can come and put it back. So the question is, why is the rest of the HUD not displaying properly then at this point? So this is the top of the screen. So this is where the rest of the screen is reset to normal values. And actually, you can see here we're setting that value to 3 again. Let me set it back to 0. This is what you get when you do. Oh, this is fine now. No glitches. Awesome. Just make sure that when 2 players are on, that it's not a problem. Yeah, the hoods does shake now, doesn't it? Now I wonder if that's acceptable or not. Ah, I know why that was in place then. This was in place. This was in place to make sure the HUD stayed still. So I actually don't need that line at all. But I think that could be the problem. I think the problem is because the screen is shaking above it. It doesn't know if you move that position to the wrong place, then what you end up with is the HUD not rendering at the right time. So I wonder if I move the HUD all the way down, does that make any difference? To be honest, I don't mind the HUD shaking too. It's not too bad, but it'd be nice if it didn't. See, now it's not shaking, but now it's drawn all the way down there. Okay, so we are 1, 2, 3, 4. So let's try setting that to 4, see if that's enough. Yeah, I don't like guessing ways. Yeah. And the 2s are back. The 2s are back. Okay. So I think I know what's going on with the twos. I think what's happening here is this is pulling from some other area, because it doesn't know where to fetch the Vic data from. So this is the equivalent of kind of garbage that you might see when you do FLD effects and stuff. Um, but why it's getting that number two, I don't know. But so setting it to 4 prevents the glitch, but causes the twos to appear. Setting it to 3 gets rid of the twos, but the glitch is back. Oh no, it's got the twos as well. Oh, that's right. Yeah. So the only number that seems to work here is 0. So let me just put that. That's the original. So if I just get rid of that, so if I just set 0 here, that seems to be fine. Try to move it up above line 95. Yeah, I might try that in a minute. But you see, now we get the HUD glitching because it doesn't quite know where to begin drawing it. Um, Yeah, not a bad idea, actually. Let's put it before this, because that's checking for the next line. So, yeah, let's try that. Have a feeling I might have to mess around with timings a bit more, though. Yeah, exactly. It doesn't pull a partial line. So what it's doing is, um, it's drawing 8 lines, and then it's getting to a bad line. But because we're offsetting the bad line because we're using Y scroll, it no longer knows where to get the data from. It's ran out of data. Um, oh my god, foray, bonus points for foray. That worked a treat. That's the biggest. Okay, that's 100 AMK points there, because that's a pain. So yeah, to the head of the class indeed. Yeah, that's very good. Okay, so the only thing I need to do is I need to get these eat meter endpoints on here because they're not being redrawn again, which is easy enough. It just means when the eat meter is drawn, it needs to draw those two endpoints. So, but yeah, we've got rid of the twos, which is good. That's pretty much the last major glitch in that HUD area now. And it looks really nice, actually. Just give a feeling of shaking. I'm gonna go and have a quick break. When I come back, I'll sort the eat me to endpoints out. Also, I do notice as well that because the screen is scrolled up, actually the top row of characters is off the screen. Um, oh, and there's a little glitch here occasionally, so might need to just adjust the timings. But let me do that. You see it there, ever so slightly, a little glitch there. I want to get rid of that. But that should be easy enough because what we've done, we've basically put this in place before this. So I think what's happening is occasionally the timing for this is just causing some glitch. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to move it before that. Um, this is what this is going to be. Or it's load. Hang on, I think that's 4 cycles. Where's my cycle list? There it is. Absolute's 4, yeah. So that's 6, that's 12. So this is 12 cycles. So if I take 2 off this, that should be enough, I think. Okay, so still working fine. And I'm not seeing a glitch in that corner now. Cool. Oh no, I saw it again. I think. Just keep an eye here, just above where it says player 1. Yeah, ever so there's like a single pixel glitch in there. refuse to let that through. So I'm just going to reduce that a little bit more. I think that's got rid of it now. Yeah, that seems to have got rid of it now. Cool. All right. Take a quick break. I'll be back in 5 minutes, and then we'll do some more polish around. We need to fix the hood from showing the ends of the heat meter, and then we'll either do some more polish or no, we'll start getting the Exomizer stuff in. Yeah, so I'll do a commit when I come back, and I'll do the Exomizer stuff. Yeah. Oh, why is that not scrolling up for me? Hang on, before I saw he did solve it. Yeah, he did a really good job there. Trying doing the real donkey work that no coder likes it. Yeah, it is kind of dull sometimes, but it's looking good though. The screen shake is looking pretty solid now, and we've got most of what we need to get the level loading working in the level editor. So I will build a level editor this week. Hopefully, have it ready for next week. Hardest part was getting Shalan with the chat. Yeah, I do try and keep my eye on chat. It is hard sometimes. But yeah, well done for her. That's a really good spot, and it kind of makes sense when I think about it, because what we're doing is we're waiting for the next line here. So we were waiting for the next line, and then we were doing some screen control stuff. And obviously, if that at certain points that will happen and cause a glitch. So by doing this, we're just moving it back one line. We're only affecting it by one line, but it's enough for us to He's highlight with Shannon cut. Yeah, I can't see highlight on my chat panel. I have to actually look at my second screen for this. So, oh, yes, you can also do that. Good night, Carlton. Right, I'm going to take my break. I'll be back in 5 minutes, guys. And I'm back. Cool. Right, let's commit what we've got so far, because it's definitely worth saving at this point while we've done a bit of work here to fix a few things and also add some new stuff in as well. So simple commit message. So we've added third graphics style. Refactored map loading partly. Added colors to map data and fixed HUD and HUD glitches. Here we go. Okay, right. Let's have a look now. I think at doing Exomizer stuff. Oh no, let me fix that HUD. We've got the pieces of the HUD on the sides here are not there, and they should be there. So this happens because the music player, which I'm guessing is part of the HUD as well. Draw lives. Oh, why is that aligned? Do we need that aligned? Oh, it's aligned to 10. That's fine. Okay. Quick question. You know how the shots clash a bit with the background? The only clash is that they make a hole. So originally we did have it blending in with the background, but the problem is if you throw a sprite over the pipe, the pipe is using charcoal, so there's not a lot we can do about that. I think that's going to have to remain as it is. The other alternative, of course, is we drop a multiplexer in here and turn them into sprites. But the problem with that is if you've got two players stood on the same platform, both throwing projectiles, that's 6 sprites automatically on that line, and that would cause a lot of flickering. I think this is acceptable. The other option, of course, is to not allow them to go through bricks like this, but that would make kind of shooting stuff on that platform difficult. So the idea is that you can still kind of shoot through walls here. Actually, they appear on this side, so that's something we need to look at. But I'll add that in the list of glitches to fix at a later date. So there is a little bit of work that needs doing here. So actually, it's kind of hard to get it to do it, but there you go. You see it just about appear on that side. So that needs to be fixed. Does that guy... I thought that guy made the ground shake when he landed. I wonder if that's... That could be nice, actually. Let me put the hood stuff in first. So different level design in Github so they can't be thrown through the background objects. A little shape for him, yeah. I think that might look all right. Let me sort the hood stuff out, and then we'll give it a go of just adding that in, because it will add to the feeling that he's slamming down on the ground, which is quite nice. And now we've got the screen shake, we may as well use it where we can. It could look pretty good, I think. We could even maybe add an extra sound effect in for him landing, because these guys don't actually have sound effects other than the spawning. So maybe it doesn't need a sound effect. Let's fix the hood and then I'll think about that. So the reason the hood is now broken is because it's actually trying to restore the hood from... it actually restores it when the music thing disappears. So I need to figure out where the music stuff is. Sound, here we go. Sound ASM. Update track display. And then when the track display is gone, those are the sounds. That's the macro to play the sounds. It would be cool if the enemies made... Oh, that's a very good point. Yes, that is a very good point. Yeah, actually, let's do that this time, because I can do the Exomizer stuff off stream. It's such a minor thing. It's Actually, no, we don't even need the Exomizer stuff for the level editor, so I could do that on the next stream anyway. Because all we need to do is replace the data that's at map 1 with the data that your levels are gonna have. So we don't actually need that to test the levels. All right, so yeah, let's go with polish. Let's sort the polish out first, and then we'll do the compression on the next stream. The compression shouldn't take long. It'll take about half an hour or something to set up. So minor things. So, yeah, I mean, the only reason it's going to be quick is because I've already done it in Parasol Stars, so I'll just be copying the code for that. So okay, so when this track info fades, so this is the fade out here. Initialize eat meter, update eat meter. So I think this initialize eat meter Super Mario Land. I think this initialize eat meter needs those extra characters in it. So let's find out where that is. So that's here. So this is just coloring that area with the right things, and this is drawing it. So this is drawing from HUD data plus 40. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add some slightly extra data in here. So I'm going to take this hood like this, and I'm going to copy. Oops, I'm going to copy it into a smaller section and save this out, like so. So that needs to be 2, and this needs to be 16. And then export that to eatmeter.bin. And then where is that hood actually imported? It's not imported, is it? Okay, well, I'm going to import the hood meter in here anyway. So eat meter. And that is going to be in. See, this is drawing the entire. Oh no, it isn't. It's drawing just that section. So if I change that to 0, change that to 16, the plus 12 here, plus 12 here. In fact, yeah, I do need to do plus 12 there. Okay, and then this would be eat meter. Hopefully that works. Let's have a look. Hopefully it doesn't glitch. So still getting that little purple glitch at the bottom. Okay, so that needs to be okay, but this is getting a lot easier. But we're gonna tidy things up now. So hopefully all these glitches will be gone. So just keep your eye on the bottom of the screen. No, I'm not doing a loop in reverse. I could actually do it in reverse now. Yeah, why aren't I wasn't doing it in reverse because I wasn't starting at 16 before, whereas I am now. So I wasn't starting at 0 or going down to 0. So okay, so that's working. So yeah, let's reverse that loop. We might as well. Let's just start at 15. Increase. Okay, so that can be done in reverse now. So I just want to check what's going on when the screen appears, because I think I just need to do some delays at the bottom. Okay, you'll notice that occasionally when I start the level, it glitches, ever so slightly at the beginning. And it's to do with this bit here. I'm just wondering if this is the right place to put it. Let's have a look. Let's do it again. See what happens. Just very infrequently, it starts in a weird place. See, it didn't do it then. Occasionally, I just get a flash of purple down here as the hood is drawn. See, ever so slightly there, but it's way better than it has been. So yeah, ever so brief flash of purple. Let's try it again. This time I'm going to slow the CPU down a little bit, 50%. Okay, so I think what's happening there is maybe this actually needs to be enabled earlier, and then that needs to happen. Which I should probably do a little bit earlier. Where's that gone now? I hate the way that this keeps happening. 62. Oh, okay. Yeah, possibly. I'll try that in a minute. It's just scrubbing the timeline back is a bit of a pain in the ass. So if I can avoid doing it, then I'd rather avoid it. Yeah, that seemed to fix it, but let's put the speed up to full and just try it a few times. Yeah, it worked that time. Yeah. So all we're doing is making sure that the IRQ fires to set this background to black at the right time before the HUD initializes. Yeah, that's fixed it. Okay, cool. We'll keep an eye on that bottom, but that seems to be pretty solid now. We've got the kind of behavior that we want from that. So let's try adding some screen shake stuff in. So at the moment, the screen shake is done as part of the player stuff. So let's have a look. We've got this screen shake value here, which is reset to 0 here, but we add the screen shake value there, we store the value there, add it there, store it there. Where else is that being written then? Okay, I think the easiest way to find this is to look. Okay, let me close some of these. I've got way too many files open there. There we go. So let's find the jump because it's the jump that actually triggers it. So this is the jump and fall routine. And there should be a check in here for player size somewhere. So here's where the player size is actually being. Right, okay, that's just setting stuff up ahead of time. That is actually stored in. Oh no, that's stored at status one. Okay. So here's where we fall. Here's where we stop falling and we snap to the ground. Here's where that's applied. Or is this the jump? I think that's the jump. And that's the only thing that triggers the shake here. Ah, there we go. Ah, it's that simple. Grab a value and we store it in the screen shake timer. Okay, so in that case, if we look at enemy behaviors and we have a look at the marshmallow, so this is where was falling. So jump done. Okay. Fall if needed. Slam counts. Here we go. So when the slam happens, let's try that. I can't remember which number the marshmallow is, so I'm going to have to make sure he spawns. I don't think he's one of the first ones, is he? Should probably set spawn list, but it's fine. It's good fun to play it anyway. Oh, that was a good shot. I got two of them in one shot. There we go. That looks good. I like it. Yeah, that looks good. I like it. Feels like it's actually making an impact now. Wow, this is really starting to feel like a nicely kind of put together game there. Okay, I want to sort out the enemy and the player snap to the floor. So I'm going to start with the player. So we're going to try and get the player to snap a bit higher. I I I kind of liked the fact he was into the ground a little bit, but now I'm feeling like it should probably be on top. And then we'll maybe take a look at making the switch move if an enemy is stood on top of it, which might be a bit tricky, but we'll give it a try. Okay, so let me put the player size back as well, while I remember. Okay, so we're going to try and sort out the snap to the ground. So there will be a snap somewhere in this jump routine, um, which looks like it's this bit here. So what are we doing? We're subtracting 5 from the player's position, and then we're ANDing and ORing 3. So I think if I just, or in 6. So I think if I just add 2 or 3, that should make me land a bit higher. And hopefully that is not going to cause jitter. You've got to be careful it doesn't jitter. So no, see, it's jittering now. Yeah. So why is this happening? This is happening because it thinks we're not on the ground when we are actually on the ground. So that means we need to change the collision check slightly. So we do a check collision here, but this value has already been set somewhere. So I need to go and find where that is set. Okay, player 1 foot, that'll do. Here we go. So this is where we're checking. We're checking 20 pixels there. So let's just check 21 ahead. That's going to have to be done on each foot and for each player as well, because I think we've done this. So, okay. Okay, it's still jittering. Okay, let's just do player 1 first. Let's get the values right for player 1, and then we can worry about player 2. So I feel like setting this too high is going to cause issues, but I'm going to try it anyway. Notice how it jitters less as I increase that value, so hopefully this gets to the point where it just stops jittering. But then we need to test that, like jumping up through platforms and onto platforms looks fine. So that's good. The switch is not going down though. Oh, mind you, it only goes down when you get semi-fat, so... Oh, the screen shake looks lovely now. I love it. So this feels okay. I can land on things correctly. I can jump up through platforms correctly. This is good. This is good. I'll accept this. So I'm going to do the same with the enemies as well. I'd rather the enemies not be blended into the ground like that. I like the fact that we're just 1 pixel, so we're stood on the black bit. We're actually, well, actually we're stood on the white bit, not the black bit. I think that's spot on. So let's do the same with the enemies. So that means that all the enemies are going to need the same check below them. and they're going to need the same snap as well. So snap enemy to floor should be a macro behavior in here. So let's start by changing that and then trying to fix the, not that one, sorry, this one. Okay, so we'll do the same check here. We'll do subtract 2 or with 3. And then in each of the, so this is good. These are basically going to jitter now. So you'll see that the enemies are going to jitter on the floor. But we can fix that with changes to the collision checks. Okay, so let's start with the jelly bean and color. Well, let's just go through them in order. Okay, so let's do cola bottle and jelly bean because we can see those. So whenever we do a do fall check in here, we just need to change this value. So I'm going to do the same number. I'm going to put 23 in here. It's the only one in there. I'll save that. Let's have a look at jelly beans. Probably going to have the same. Okay, and let's have a look and see if they appear properly. Okay, so cola bottle is fine. This guy though, however, is freaking out a little bit. Now he's changing direction. Question is, why is he changing direction? So look, jelly bean. So all we're doing is checking down for the position here, but maybe we're checking too far down on the left and right as well. Get enemy collisions. Here we go. Get enemy collisions. Okay, let's try setting those down to 23 as well. I think we might find that fixes it. So cola bottle is fine. Yeah, jelly bean is fine. Awesome. Okay, so let's have a look at some other ones that might be broken. So I'm guessing candy cane and gumball are going to both be broken. Also, notice the stunned behavior is wrong, so we need to fix that. Yeah, okay, so candy cane needs fixing and the stun behavior needs fixing. So let's close them. Let's do candy cane. So same thing again. We're just going to change the collision check to 2 pixels below. Let's see if it's got anywhere else that it does that. Does it look like it does? So it should be fine. And then we're going to fix that stun behavior so it stuns properly. So same thing is going to be in here. There you go, 4. Okay, so that should be candy cane fixed as well. Got a decaf coffee and peanut butter sandwiches. Nice. Living the dream, Steps. Living the dream. Yeah, so the stun behaviors are fine now because it's actually appearing in the right place when it hits the ground. Candy cane seems to be fine. Oh my god, those sources are a pain in the ass. Oh, we did want to stop the sources going off the bottom of the screen, but that's a minor issue for now. Oh, we're in a permanent screen shake there. Also, oh, that's teddy bear. So we need to fix the teddy bear. Okay, this guy is causing some issues with the screen shake. Actually, it doesn't. Ah, I know why. So the marshmallow needs fixing as well. So let's do that. There's all sorts of weird stuff going on here, right? So let's have a look what we've got set. So enemy wise, we have we have the first 5 sorted. So let's go in map data and just set those to not appear. So let's just set the last 3 to appear first. Okay. So Marshmallow guy is going to be a problem. So let's fix him. Now he's a problem because he's doing the same thing. He's trying to fall, but then he's been snapped to the wrong place. So he's jittering, and that's causing the shake animation to continue endlessly, basically. So that should fix that, and we shouldn't get that shake anymore. Dude in the bottom left doing the boogie. Yeah, the candy bear is doing the boogie. The gummy bear. Okay, yeah, so he's the marshmallow guy's fixed now. But you can see this guy's going crazy now. He's jumping all over the place. And he's jumping all over the place now because he's not snapping to the ground properly anyway. So you can see his animation isn't working. So same thing with that guy. We just need to sort out his behavior. So he is the gumball guy. Same thing with this guy. Just need to push his collision check a bit lower. There and there should be fine. And we'll do the gummy bear while we're at it. So the gummy bear also checks down and checks left and right as well. So that should fix all of those. And I need wine. I'm getting a really dry mouth. Not that red wine is very thirst quenching, to be fair. Cheers, guys. Right, and let's just watch. Let's just make sure everything's working correctly. It seems to be. Actually, that was quicker than I thought. So I might actually, well, let's have a think about this switch here. How can we make that switch go down if an enemy walks on it? Okay, so this is a little bit tricky because I think what we do is in the door code, we'll just close all these little behaviors down there. That was actually a lot quicker than I thought to fix those. So door, where's the door? Door is here. So we do a check here to see if player is on if player 1 or player 2 is on the switch. So I think what we probably need to do as part of the enemy behaviors, if players is on the switch, here we go, check player on first, partial active. Okay, so I think what we'll do is we'll create a variable in the enemy behaviors. So in here, yeah, I'm just gonna do it here. Oops. Actually, let's do it in enemies. There we go. Yeah, this is a better place. Oh my god. Right, and what we're going to do is we're going to reset that every time we start doing the update enemies routines. We'll set that to 0. So the very first thing we're going to do is reset that to 0. And now we can do a check to see, and anytime we check beneath the player, beneath an enemy, which we do as part of our enemy macros. So if you look at Jellybean here, we do a do fall check here. So we can probably go into the do fall macro here. And when we grab the collision underneath here, yeah, here. So this bit we can actually, if there is a switch underneath there, then we can add that. So that switch has its own material number, I believe. So I'm hoping, yes, 7. So that means that it's colorable, it's solid, but it also has this other thing, and I forgot what it's called. So I'm going to go and have a look. Collision switch. There we go. So where was it? So if it's equal to 0, we go to fall. Otherwise, we're not falling, and we come to here. So what we can do here is just do the same thing again. And that with collision switch, I believe. Yep. And if that's equal, we'll skip ahead. Otherwise, if it is set, then what we're going to do is we're just going to increase the value in. Actually, we don't even need to increase. We can just store that value because it'll be non-zero. And this will say, no, we'll increase it because we might want to count how many enemies are on it for some reason. So one of the other things we need to do as well is we need to set some counters up for various events that happen. To do with, so when the bonus counts up, we have the right values in there because they're not set up at the moment. Cool. So all this is doing is a few extra cycles. So we're using what, 4 or 5 here, usually 4. Yeah, it'll be 4 because it won't cross a page boundary because it's in chart colors. 6. So either 9 cycles or 14 cycles. It's not a big deal, I don't think. Actually, let's just do that to reduce that 14 down to 12. Can we reuse this? We probably can, actually. If we do bit tables, please tell me I've got the plus in here. Yes, I do have plus. Okay, so that saves as an and there as well. And saves as a load, sorry. Cool. So that makes that a little bit easier. So this is one of the advantages of having this. The mallow is reduced. It's a reduced shake. No, it's the same shake at the moment. Shall I reduce it a bit? Maybe it is a bit much, actually. I do kind of like it though. It kind of looks all right. I'll reduce it down to half and see how it goes. Because I do kind of like it. It looks kind of good. Okay, so now enemy on switch will be set to either 0 if no enemies hit it, or if any enemy has touched that switch at any point beneath it, then that will be set to a non-zero value, which now means in the door code in here, when we do this switch update, switch on and partial active. So we can do these things, but if neither player activates this switch, then we will partially activate it here. So we need to jump to this. So let's have a look. So we check player 1, and we check player 2. So we can do it here. That's going to be capitals in it. I've put that in lowercase here somewhere. Where did I do it? Hang on. So switch lookup. Check is level complete. Okay, so if the level isn't complete, then it doesn't do this player cycle. It just jumps to here. Yeah, so it should be fine. Okay. It's not jump. It should be this. Oops. Oh, come on. All right, let's give that a try. Hopefully now we have enemies that can touch the switches. Oh. Yeah, actually the mellow looks better with slightly less screen shake. Okay, screen switch, come on. Let me look hard or not. What level editor creates these harmony and also what enemies appear. Yeah, the level editor will allow you to pick the order of enemies and power-ups. You won't be able to pick what type of power, but you will be able to pick what type of enemy as well. Yeah, it's very possible when the Mega 65 comes out there's going to be 4 games on the go. Yeah, I would hope that people are sensible and make a mix of levels, but we'll check these out. And it is touching the Switch. That's so good. That is great. That's awesome. Right, and I want to check that with all the enemies now. So let's put the original ones back in and let's see if they all work. So like with Luma, need a good balance. Yeah. Yeah, it needs a good balance and also needs to alternate between different styles the right way. So actually, I think kind of sorting the levels out is going to be the trickiest thing. That looks really cool. I like it. That was a great idea. Who said that? Who came up with that idea? Because it's good. I like it. It shows that that switch is due for something. Like, because at first when you walk over it, you're not heavy enough. And actually, I think, oh no, because these don't fall. So, but I think if you stop them on the switch and it falls onto the switch, it will be good. Yeah. Should the level editor let us set the speed of the enemy types? Well, they're hard coded into the behaviors at the moment, so we'd have to make some changes to that code. So I'm going to say no for now, but if we need it, we can always do that. So all Luma level makers are banned from this. Yeah, that's something I was considering, is having them speed up as the level reaches a kind of a point. But at the moment, there is no timer in this at all. There's no hurry up mechanism at all. So for now, no, but we've definitely got room to do this. So what we've managed to do in kind of doing a lot of the work over the past couple of weeks is free up round about 4 kilobytes of code space, which would fit neatly into this area. I think there's a couple of sprites around this location. Actually, let me load it in the I think there's a couple of auto-generated things that might be in there, but I think we have quite a bit of room to do stuff. We do have to save some space for the intro, and I want the intro to be quite descriptive. So I don't just want it to be a list of everybody's name who's contributed to this and people who have been like consistently in the streams, all those names will go along the bottom here, and that will be quite a bit of text. So there'll be some room needed for that. But also here, I want some kind of demonstrations of the game mechanics as well. So there's that. But yeah, the scroll text is going to be quite big. I'm going to try and not make it too big, but there is going to be a fair bit of it. It's going to have the credits in it basically for the well, more the thank yous. I think the credits will be in the middle here, on the so there'll be like credits, high scores, then game demonstrations, game kind of method demonstrations. But we also need code for for doing the high score system as well. So there's still a little bit. So even though we do have, see, look, there's the intro text. Even though we do have quite a bit of room left over, we are going to probably utilize most of it anyway. So, so the intro text at the moment is sitting here, and we've got about, not that much actually. We've got less than 1K of room for it. So this may have to move as well. And there isn't an awful lot, but we've also got the room for the map data as well. So this whole area here is map data. And currently the map data really isn't, I mean, it's got map data here. Where is that actually imported? I don't know where that's imported. Yeah, where is that imported? Ah, map data, here we go. But the map data also has the HUD and the char colors in it as well. So this actual map, which is oh wait, hang on, that isn't the map data. The map data's at the end of all this. So the tiles, the colors, and the HUD data come first, and then the map data. So let me just put and actually let me just do that. Right, okay, so mapdata.prg is now a map. So let me just see how much it compresses down to. Let me just check that that's correct. Second. What the hell is it? Source map size and maps. Source. Okay, so let's just assume, well, it's a PRG, so I can delete the first 2 bytes of it here. And let me save that as, let me just put it in. Just call it map1.bin. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to go and grab the Xamizer file from wherever the hell that is. It's in one of my, it'll be in one of my dissect streams. It's all sorts of here. So I bet it's in here somewhere. No, it's not. That surprises me. Right. It's going to be in one of these, I know it. Oh my god, seriously? Where's Xamizer? I know you're going to be in here somewhere. There we go. Excellent stuff, right. Okay, so let me just see what that compresses down to, because at the moment this is using, oops. It's annoyingly big, that, isn't it? I'll go for a break in a minute as well. Okay, so the map is actually only taking up what's that? 16, 18, 26. So it's taking up less than 300 bytes for a map at the moment, and we've got quite a bit of room left over between there and the end of the transition space. You can see the transition space starts at, so there's all of this space here. Oh, what's that? There's some random stuff in the middle here. I don't know what that is. Oh, this is the projectile, which starts at B0. So we've got from, let's say 8400, because I'll extend the, well, the map area needs to be extended. So let's call it 8500. So okay, so let's do some calculations here. So if we go from 1000 and we go all the way down to 8500, that gives us 1B100. And the map data for this map, just this map, is just under 300 bytes. So that gives us 23 levels without compression. So if we didn't compress any levels, we'd get 23. So now let's have a look. Where's my, I don't have my window, I don't have my Linux thing set up on this. Fine. Oh, for God's sake. Much prefer the Linux terminal. This was annoying. Okay, so I need to just run this once to work out everything. So Xamizer level is what we need here. Xamizer level option in file. Okay, so Xamizer level map 1.1. So that creates 177 bytes. So if we round that up to say 200, that gives us 34 levels. So it's not as many as I was hoping. If we do 39, if it's 177. So we may need to move a few things around here. We can probably move some of this map data to a slightly different place. But even 39 levels is not bad. That's still quite a lot of levels. So yeah, Xamizer is definitely going to be needed here to do this. And we might have to do some sneaking around of things just to get some extra space out. But 39 levels in a 64K game with this level of detail as well is going to be all right. It's not like Bubble Bobble where the platforms are just kind of quite simple and can be drawn in a different way. But 177 bytes is not bad. I mean, it's basically just over half the size, so should be all right, I think. All right, I'm going to go and take a quick break, and then we've got about an hour left. So have a think what we can do for the remaining hour. I'll be back in 5 minutes, guys. Be right back. And I'm back. Okay. Sorry, I was just catching up on chat, and it's all just gambling. So. Andy's on form with the raffles anyway, so. Oh, trying to take the lid off that. It's not. What's left to do? So quite a bit is left to do to get the game complete, but in order of my target for tonight, I think we're there now. The target for tonight was to just get the game in a state where you could design a level, drop it into the game, and play it. So obviously there's polish left to do. So the glitches around the transition need to be sorted. I guess I could take a look at that for half an hour or so, because it'd be nice to get those fixed. There's a few things I'd like to do regarding like the colors that when you flash, you know, this invulnerability mode. Make sure that those are all right, so that the power-ups kind of, it's obvious what the power-ups are. I think the colors need to match the power-ups, and they don't at the moment. So like if I grab this power-up, I don't even know what color I'm flashing, but it's not. No, so I need to fix all those. Edge of the switch, remove those. Do you think? So you mean these pixels here, like that? They don't move with the switch. Oh, you mean these bits here? Oh, I see what you mean. You mean this side bit here? So when the switch goes down, it kind of moves at the same. So it'd be like this. Ah, but they create the end block for this here. They're needed for that. Don't know if you can see that. You see this block here? They're needed to finish that block off at the end. So if I remove them, you end up with weird gaps on the edges. So when the switch goes down, they're supposed to stay there because they're the edges here. So let's just have a look what you mean in here. See if we can see it with the. Let's try and get some weight and then. Oh, it looks all right, but there is actually a bug. You can see there's a gap here that shouldn't be here. So that actually should go up to here like that. So that was actually a bug. So let me export that character set because let me save this whole map. So but yeah, I think maybe we can take a look at the transition a little bit, see if we can figure out how. The thing is that I think the transition is going to be a pain, and I don't want to spend too much time on stream messing with that, because those little glitches are going to be hard to get rid of, and it's not going to be the most interesting thing to watch. So I was kind of maybe going to do that off screen as a oh, the crown collision needs to be sorted. So let's sort that out. So here we go. Drop crown, fall. Here we go. Oh, we also need to do that as well. We need to make sure that the crown is only active when 2 players. So the crown will not be active on the first level. There won't be a crown at all. No, see, it's not falling. It's falling too far. The crown won't be there at all on the first level. It will only be from the second level onwards. Here we go. Probably don't need that there. Let's try that. Okay, so the crown's jittering a little bit, so I just need to increase its check slightly, which is this one here. Okay. Just make sure when I drop it as well, it drops fine. I really do like the switch press. I think that's nice. It's a nice touch. Okay, so that actually needs to be one further down. It needs to follow the same behavior, so that just needs to be all of one. Feels like watching Satoshi trades. Let's get that. Let's drop it on the ground there. Yeah, that is spot on now. Cool. The cola bottle activates the switch. Yeah, it should do. Should do when it drops on it. They all should now. When he gets across, you should be able to see it. So there you go. Yeah, the door is appearing because I've not actually. I need to fix that. Let me export those maps now. Can I just stick? Oh no, I think I can't do it in this version. I have to do this. Oh, that's better. The door isn't there. Yeah, there was a well, not a bug, but I had the door drawn in the data. The door isn't actually. Oh, that did not stun in the right place. Actually, that stunned in the. Oh, it looks all right there. Some minor issue, I think. It'll do. This is feeling pretty good though. This is feeling very, very solid now. The switch is a really nice touch actually. That little kind of depression is really nice. I like it. Right, let's just make sure I can get through the entire level, and then I'm going to try and clear up some of the glitches. And there we go. The door opens. Through we go. It's awesome. So I don't know if you saw that. There was black in the transition at the end. So let me fix that while we're at it. So let me just reduce the number of enemies to 1. And the number of power-ups to 1. Actually do 0 here. Yeah, okay, so we need some extra transition stuff there that we missed. Okay, so I think I saw this somewhere. So yeah, here it is. Bonus. These bits here. Okay, so this needs to be map data dot map underscore 1 dot transparent color. And this would be the multicolor here. knew you would love that little thing. I do. I really like it. I liked it when the play was going over it as well. I think that was a nice touch as well. I don't know where that idea came from, but the addition of the enemy doing it as well is just perfect. Okay, there was a little screen shake then as we went through. I think the colors were fine, but there was a little screen shake. So I think we need to make sure the screen doesn't shake when that goes through. However, and here's an idea, when the door appears, maybe the screen can be shaking as the door appears. Yes, I like that idea. And we only have 3 sprites on the screen at that point. So in theory, what we could do is we could have a little dust animation. So as it appears out of the ground, some dust appears around it as well. So the screen shakes because we're fat, but it also shakes at the end as well. Okay, so that may need to be fixed. Okay, let me think about this. So let's do this with the debugger. So let's start by working out where the IRQ screen shake value is and see if it's that's being changed. So screen shake timer here. So let's work out where that is and see if we can see that being changed. Screen shake timer, where is it? There it is. OBCD. Okay, whoops. So let's just get to the end of the game and then check that level, that value even. Okay, so annoyingly, it's the flying guy that comes out. I should probably change that. Oh shit, now I need to get both of them over. Oh, player 2. Player 2 is jittering. Okay, that's because I didn't apply the same check to player 2. Yeah, we'll just spend the rest of the time doing this polish, I think. This is probably the right thing to do for the last half an hour. So we're doing 23-23 here. And I think we're not doing 23-23 down here. No, we're doing 21-21. All right, cool. BCD is still the place. Nice and easy to remember. So there's 2 sets of glitches for that transition. One is the glitch as the actual title screen borders appear, so the red bit at the top and at the side when they appear. But there's also a glitch that happens when yeah, that's better, they're working out. That's cool. If both players hit the platform. That's cool. I'm not going to be able to make that happen again. Damn it. Maybe if I do that now. No, it's going to be. So it's possible to get the colours fighting against each other, which is kind of nice. All right, let's just finish the level. So first of all, I need to get them lined up so I can. Oh my god! Fuck's sake, die! There we go. Oh, where's the other? Oh, it's there. Okay. Yeah, see, look, it's possible to get. It's possible to fight over areas. That's kind of cool. Yeah, there is a change, and it's not the screen shake, it's something else. I think when the bonus starts, it actually changes that value in D011. Uh, what is this? Steps listen to Ackworth in situ and cries. Yeah, what is this? It's terrible. Is that final shake changing the screen size? I'm not sure. Let me start it again in the debugger, and this time I'm going to turn 2-player off so it only works on one. It's kind of hard to... Number of lines. No, it shouldn't be, I don't think, but maybe, I don't know. I can't remember how the bonus was done. I can't remember if we did multiple, changed it down to less lines or not. It's very possible. In fact, we're doing it on this screen, so it kind of makes sense that we would on the other as well. But that shouldn't matter as long as the scroll value is set correctly. So as long as I move the scroll value, then I should be able to counteract it. So it only needs to be set when the transition starts. When the transitions end, it can go back. No, I think you're probably right there, because if I look on the intro, we do indeed have 39 by 24. Then when you press start, it goes into 40 by 25. Let me just turn the other joystick off. Okay, so if I kill this guy, and then watch up here, yes, it goes 39-24. So you're exactly right there. So either we wait for that to happen before we do that, even, or we set the scroll value. I think I'm going to start by trying to do it without the 24 row mode for now. So D011. Okay, so let's have a look where this is actually being used. So the title card. Transition bars. Okay, so we do something here, but this is an IRQ thing, so it's not that. What is this? Why does this sound so weird? I'll take a point for that. Yep, yep. It's worth a point at least. Oh, okay, I can get rid of that debug thing there. Oh, damn, where is that? Line 93. Let's fix that. So when you complete the level, you go through the door, the bonus should trigger. Bonus initialize here. Then this starts. Title card blackout HUD. Okay. Start. Okay, this is the start routine. So by this time the transition is completed. So is it this title card? Okay, so what? No, so that's just getting rid of the HUD. Which transition are we doing here? Transition in or transition out? So we're doing transition out, aren't we? Oh, okay. Okay, so this is waiting for it to go into the bottom half of the screen. Then there's a D011 check here, right? And this is indeed setting bit 3, and it's setting it to 25 rows. So it's not that. Draw map. Oh wait, this is drawing the map behind it. So it's transition in we want. 5B. What's that doing? What's 5B in hexadecimal in a binary? So that would be 0, 1, 0, 1. Wait, 4, 1, yeah. And then 1, 1. No, 1, 0, 1, 1. Okay, so that is set in screen position 25 rows though again, so it's not that, but it is looks like it's set in an invalid graphics mode. So that's actually turning things off for a split second there. It's going to be something to do with this. So okay, so what I need to do is I need to figure out when that's being changed. So let's do it through the debugger. Yeah, so when these two scrolling bars move, they glitch. So I want to fix that at some point. Oh my god. There we go. Okay, so oh, it's constantly being set. Okay. So what are we looking for here? So D01B is D011 is 18. So we're looking for 18. We're looking for one less than 18, basically. Ah, fuck! It's using. What is this? Hang on, have I done the wrong? Oh, because I've done less than or equal to. It should just be less than. There we go. Right. No, that's not what I wanted. So it sets 10 and it does it here. Ah, so we turn it off and that's in. This tune is ridiculous. Transition bars. Okay, so that is here and it is this bit here. So let's turn that back to 24. What happens? Bubble bobble. There was still a screen shake at the end of that though. So I do want to check the screen shake value as well. So let's do that. But I think that solved that one problem. It's very much a debugger stream tonight. Okay, so where is that? So BCD still, hopefully. Yeah, okay. Right, okay, so I want to check. Okay, that didn't seem to shake that time. Okay, that's going to be annoying, I think. He'll spam it. Let us know about this one. Yeah. Yeah. This is the boss, though. This is the boss. So you need to actually just search for parasol stars, I think. Let me try. Oh, it's come up with the boss anyway. Never mind. Okay, let's try it in this mode. There is an extra screen shake at the end, but only sometimes. I'm convinced it's a screen shake. So what I'm going to do, um, in where is it? Door. Player exiting. Player exiting. Okay, so okay, so all I'm going to do is in this screen shake timer, wherever it is. You guys are finding some mad tunes tonight. Okay, that's good. No, there's still a shake at the end. Okay. Why is it doing that? Why would it be doing that? I can't explain this. This is annoying. I'm getting a bit tired actually. I feel like I might need to switch to gaming in a minute. I don't know why I'm tired. I've slept till almost 3 p.m. today. It makes a change though. I quite often don't sleep at all. I'm sure tonight I'll not sleep because of that. Okay, let's have a look. So I want to keep an eye on Y scroll at this point and border size at this point. Okay, so I'm going to slow it right down. Oh, it did. It still went into. It still went into this size. It did a lot of stuff then, actually. Trying to work out what's going on here. So the Y scroll has been set to 3 when it should be 0. So that's one thing that's happening. I couldn't tell you why that's happening. Okay, let's just move it back to here. Pause it. So a Y scroll is 3. D011 is at 1B, which is a Y scroll of 3. D011 is then set to 0. Okay, it's set to 0. Isn't 3 default in 25 line mode? Yeah. I'm just trying to work out what it should be in the game and what it is changing. It's changing to 0 and it shouldn't be changing to 0. So I'm just trying to work out the default values that it should be at. So it's like here in the middle of the game, D011 is at 1B. So the scroll value is set to 3. And then as we approach the door and go in, I don't know if you saw that then, but it flickered. Two things happened. First of all, it changes to 0 when it should be 3. And secondly, the column mode has changed, and you can see the 2 columns disappear. So this is to do with the transition. So let's work on that. So this was in transition bars. Let me close some of this down. I thought I just solved one of these by changing some values here, which would imply these need to stay there. And actually this needs to change to not do that at all. Oh, hang on, what if I do none of that? What happens? UB40. But yeah, 3 is the default. Oh, okay. Okay, so there is an issue with the transition when I do that. So the transition obviously needs something to be set at that point. That looked like it didn't. Oh, it did. Okay. It was better. It was definitely better. But the transition coming in was awful for some reason. So that one was fine. That one is terrible. No, you just have to walk in front of it for it. So there is a shift down. There is definitely a shift down, but it's looking kind of better. Just do it in the debugger again. Let me get rid of the old debugger. It's fine. It gives me something to start looking at in the next stream. So next stream is probably going to be optimizing transitions, like figuring out how we can make them better, and just making sure we basically need the whole game to work properly. So it's going to be working on the stuff that isn't specific to getting the game levels working. So things like transition to the bonus, which is what we're looking at now. And then the actual data that happens in the bonus. Okay, so I'm going to slow this down again. And I'm going to go through. I'm going to see what happens. Try and pause it. Okay, so X scroll is set to 0. We're still in 4025 mode. But Y scroll... You notice how you can see the top of this diamond here? If I go back to here, you can't see it on this. I mean, you can see it on here, but you can't see it on here. Oh, that's because Y scroll should be 0 at this point, not 3. Okay. So I do need to keep that in, this bit anyway. And it should be like this. Okay, I think that's going to solve that pitch. Now I just need to work out the column things. Look, he missed out due to stream. Oh, did he not win? I've got to say, it's looking more and more polished as we go along, and I really like these level graphics. They're really growing on me quite a lot, actually. I think we've got room for one more set of level graphics as well, so I might have another go at that as well while I'm off. I'm going to utilize the time that I've got free to do as many of the little jobs that I need to do around stuff. No, it still goes down. It still goes down. I think something else is changing that value. So let's go and have a look at what changes that value. Because something is definitely changing it. And I don't know if it's changed. Is it changing at the beginning or is it changing at the end of the transition? I'm not sure. Let's just run it and have a look. I think it's changing at the end of the transition. In which case, it could just be a timing thing. I might need to just move it to a slightly different place. Okay, let's have a watch. So I go through the door. No, it's as soon as the transition starts. Okay, so yeah, Y scroll is 3 there. Oh, wait a minute. It's not 3 I needed, was it? It's me being stupid. That's what I needed. The hassle of working in assembly is worth a sexy debugger. Definitely, definitely. A good way to do these things, if you do know some rapid prototyping language, Flash used to be great for this sort of thing. Then you can knock up a simple prototype with just it doesn't have to be graphically great, but just the game mechanics. To see if people enjoy the game. Oh, there's still a jitter at the end. I don't know what it is, but it is like there's another screen shake at the end. I can't explain it. Madonna. Oh my god, Jerome Tell as well. Come on, come down. Fuck you. We'll go up there then. And see, it didn't do it there, so Richmond Mike did a good version of Roxette as well. I don't know if he put it on. He would have had to go on CSDB for it to appear in the list. But he did a really good version on Sid. I can't remember which tune it was. I think it was she. No, it wasn't. It was I can't remember which one it was. Yeah, she did. She died. Was it this? No, late last year, I think. Yeah, he did it as a tribute. Yeah, it's exactly why he did it. Yeah, yeah. I just saw them not long ago as well. It's probably about 2 years ago, 3 years ago at the O2. It's pretty good as well. Shame. Um, hmm. Okay, so there is another shake going on, which I'm not entirely sure why. So I'm just going to put that back in and see if that stops it. But other than that, I think it's there now. You shitbag. No, still another screen shake. There's something somewhere is setting that value. And even though I'm setting the right value here, it's still being set somewhere else. It's not being set anywhere in there. So it's time for the debugger again. God damn it. Right, this is the last try at this. But this is what the next stream is going to be pretty dull because it's just going to be there's going to be lots of this kind of tweaking. I think I'll try and do the transition stuff on the next stream. Because really it's the last bit in terms of kind of visual polish that just feels messy at the moment. So it'd be good to get that in place, and then we can start thinking about filling out all the other bits. The actual game flow through the high scores and bonuses and things like that. Because other than that, it feels pretty solid. So okay, so the problem is here, right? Is the screen scroll is constantly flickering around anyway because we change it down here for this, and then we change it back up here. So I kind of need to work out a value, like what is setting it that isn't in this area down here. So I am going to set this to check D011, and I'm going to check it to be less than 18. Now that's going to pause all the time, so what I need to do now is keep an eye on it. So it needs to be anywhere that's not OCE2. Oh, hang on. Okay, anywhere that's not in this second IRQ. So see, what's this one? Second IRQ as well. So I need to get through the door first. You can always rewind it as well once. Right, there we go. No, missed it. Fucking hell. God, this is painful. Yeah, I'm going to search for Sublime in a minute. I just trying to. Yeah, I might have to because this is not a great way of doing it. But I'm trying to catch it at the exact moment it does it. Ah, there we go, and it's in somewhere completely different now. Transition bars. So this is. Oh, I thought I'd already done this. So this is line 66 in transition bars. I thought I'd already made some changes around this tonight. I had. Is this because the other IRQ is running? Is this what the problem is? Because sometimes the IRQ at the bottom means it gets overridden. And this IRQ is... No, it shouldn't do, because this is a new IRQ here. What about if I clear the interrupt down here? Yeah. I think what's going on is because I've got something that's trying to change D011 for the HUD down at the bottom. It's overriding the thing at the top because it's never been set back. So hopefully this solves that, but we shall see. Yeah, IRQs can be a right pain in the ass. It's still there's still a glitch. There is still a glitch, and the thing is, I think setting that value. Yeah. So I'm watching this in the top corner now, the diamond. I want to see what happens. Does it go to zero? Yeah, it goes to 0 again. And I don't want it to go to 0. So this should be turning it on, and it should never change after this point. But something is changing it after this point. So I'm going to put the breakpoint here. I'm going to see from that point when it changes again. So yeah, when the screen shakes, it's fine. That's what I want to happen. I want to see that diamond, because that means that the screen shake is working correctly. However, when you're exiting, the screen shake should not be happening. So now I've put a check into the actual screen shake IRQ code so that it doesn't happen at all. Yeah, on the glitch. Yeah, exactly. So it's not the actual screen shake itself that's causing it, but something else that's causing the same effect. So let's go ahead and try and complete the level quickly. I should really change this for something that I don't have to chase quite as much. Right, so I should hit a breakpoint here. Oh, and you can see already the scroll has moved down. Man, can I hide the sprites? Hang on. Oh, you're not going to see them though. Damn it. No, the Y scroll is on 3 at this point, so it should be fine. All right, let's just have a look through the code. So it's going to be something in here. So this is to do with the IRQ setup. So it's not that. This is the code. Yeah, that's the only 2 places it's happening. Maybe in Mars Raptor. Oh, thank you for the follow, Mars Raptor. I missed that. Appreciate it, dude. Welcome along to the chaos that is interrupt management. Problem is, I made most of these interrupts months ago, so trying to remember exactly what's going on in them is a nightmare. But there is definitely something which is changing the value in this location at the wrong time. Oh, hang on, what's this one? What's that one? Well, that's... Oh, no, that's... Yeah. Okay. Let's try that. You can't read that tiny screen. Y scroll is 3. How many lines? 25. So the number of lines is fixed now. That was one issue that you rightfully found, but the problem is now there's too many things fighting to change that D011 VIC register. I did it again. It's still doing it. So you'll see. Let me run it again in the debugger. Oh no, it does. The Y scroll does have an effect. Right, okay. So if I put the raster here, you can see we've got 25 lines, Y scroll of 0. Oh, am I saying the wrong value? I'm saying the wrong values again, aren't I? Wait a minute. Yeah, so 25 lines and Y scroll of 0. Okay. Then let's go through the door. Then the Y scroll gets set to 3. So I think I'm just getting confused in myself. I think that's the problem here. I'm setting values when I probably shouldn't be setting values. So like I'm setting this to 3 here. This should not be set to 3. This should be set to 0. That one should be 0, which I've now set to 3 as well. You need to be 0 when it's not shaking. That's the thing. I think I'm just getting confused. I'm setting some to 3 and some to 0. So I think it's a problem of my own making here. Transition bars. Here we go. Here's another one. Okay, that's just and in it, so that's fine. I'll set to 0. And this is something else completely. Q93. So this is the HUD. So this is one of the problems, is as soon as the HUD code runs, it sets this. So if the IRQ is cancelled after this, so if this, oh no, because we set it here, so it should be fine. Okay. Okay, maybe that's fine now. Maybe I've been fixing little bits and actually just getting muddled up with the two values. We'll shall see. Yeah, it would be a nightmare. That would be a pain in the ass. Thankfully, this C64 SC or X64 SC advice is pretty damn accurate. So screen shake works. Screen shake works. Cool. Go through here. It's just like a split second of it breaking. It's so frustrating. All right, I'm going to save that till next time. So it's some place to start. Some place to start kind of looking for stuff. But yeah, it's going to drive me mad. That I bet you on the next stream we find it in 10 minutes. It's just the way these things go. Sometimes, as I've talked about before, it's one of these Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. It's a gumption trap. The best thing to do here is to walk away, come back to it later. So I'm pretty sure when we look at it again next week, we'll figure it out pretty quickly, and then we'll go through the other glitches in the transition and try and work all of those out. Yeah, looking too hard, walk away. Yeah, I'm kind of, I'm not thinking objectively anymore. I'm just getting more and more angry with it, and it's making it difficult for me to have an objective thoughts about it. So, all right, I'm gonna go for a quick break. When I come back, we'll play some Parasol Stars. So I'll be back in 2 or 3 minutes, guys. Be right back.